Hello, I am in your heads. Can you hear me? This is
Tommy, can you hear me?
God speaking.
Dave?
Check 1, 2.
God is a
Can you hear me?
Canadian.
Is your name Dave?
Yeah.
What is my name?
Dave.
Dan?
We're all called Dave. Welcome to the 4 Daves.
They can hear us too.
Hi guys.
Everybody can hear us, right?
Yes, everybody can hear us.
Nobody say
Raise your
any
hand who
swear
can hear
words.
us.
Can everybody hear us?
Look at that guy without his headphones on. He can't hear us.
We have a special message for you. Okay. Let's get it off. Hello, my name is Till, and I'm here for guitar and bass because I'm writing columns, and they are called Till and Tone. And so I'm very proud and very honored to have the brothers Landreth here on stage. Dave Landreth, Joey Landreth,
Hello.
and my dear friend Daniel from Dendrive Pedals.
Good morning.
Good morning. So, guys, we saw your show yesterday here at the summit.
How did we do? The look on your face, I'm not sure.
It was gorgeous. It was gorgeous. It was a great show.
Thank you very much.
And I was really impressed because it was so, it sounds so, you're tricky guys. You're very clever. You have this fine chord changes, sweet harmonies, and then the singing, and it's all so nice. And before it gets too nice, things happen like your slide guitar, who starts from sweet to spitty, gnarly. And do you use it as a contrast to all this lovely stuff?
I don't know that I do it deliberately as much as I think I yearn for the contrast a little bit. So I don't know if it's a device that I use intentionally or something that I just like I said, I just kind of crave a little bit. So and there's nothing I love more than singing with my brother.
That's for
and
sure.
Despite our best efforts, we still write mostly slow, sad songs.
Yeah.
And so for every fast, up-tempo song, there's about 100,000 ballads. So we have to sift through them. But, there's a big part of me that is the music that I make, but I'm also a guitar player from a long time ago. So it finds its way through. But I think that's kind of how we found the natural balance between some of our songwriting style and some of our musicianship. That's kind of how we bridge the gap a little bit.
Yeah. Were you singing harmonies already as kids?
No, not really. We didn't. I didn't start singing at all really until. I didn't start singing at all really until we started this band. Maybe I would sing a few things playing because I started playing in other bands. We both started playing in other bands, but I really only played bass. So I started singing when we started this project, and really Joey very patiently has been teaching me to sing over the last decade and a half. Very, very patiently.
Not that patient.
Come on. But yeah, also it is absolutely my favorite part of the thing, like singing with Joe and Roman, he's such a beast. Roman who plays drums in the band.
Yeah.
That's my favorite thing to do is sing. Because singing is sometimes with the music part you can kind of fake it, but you can't fake it with singing. It has to be really good, otherwise it sounds really bad.
Yes.
And there's kind of no in between. It's like bad until it's really quite good, and then everything else is acceptable.
That's something I experience with my bands. Just harmonies. Somebody says, "Oh yeah, give me a microphone too. I sing a bit."
No,
you
you don't plug that guy in.
And I say always, "No, you don't, because we didn't practice."
Yeah, And
Uh,
that's another thing you can't, like, it's really, you have to be so good at singing to show up and just wing it. And I've met singers who can do that, who are so proficient that they can
Yeah.
stand up on the stage, listen to what you're doing, and jump in and add something musically. But it takes a level of proficiency that most people as singers don't have. That's an art form.
Yeah. Your dynamics within the group, sound-wise and tone-like and play-like, is incredible. Is it because you're just three people and it's so full, but you can see almost the bond between you three guys. It seems like everybody knows what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, one of the sort of philosophies that I've always had as a band leader is wherever your top volume is, you have to be able to go to the equal and opposite end of the spectrum. So you can hit the snare drum as hard as you want as a drummer, but you also have to be able to play incredibly quiet. Because I as a guitar player, I love to play loud, but as a singer, it's quite tiring. So there has to be just for stamina alone, there has to be balance. But what we've discovered is that it's those dynamics are you have melody and harmony and dynamics. Those are kind of the three dimensions. And I mean, I guess the fourth dimension is emotion. But the harmony and the melody and the dynamics can play into the emotional side. So you can't neglect any one thing. You could have a great melody and a great set of chord changes, but if you play them all at the same volume, you're not going to get
It's boring.
Yeah. So
because it's always the same level.
Yeah.
And if you're used to this level, it can't touch you anymore.
Yeah, and we do the same thing with the set list. So a song might do this over the course of the song, but the set list also does this.
Yeah.
And so it's just something that there are certain things maybe we neglect, but those are things we pay special care and attention to.
I came across you guys because my daughter always liked the song "Let 'Em In" from Paul McCartney.
Yeah.
And when she was a little kid, she was singing, just at the age of 4, she was singing in her seat in the car. She was saying, "Sister Susie, Auntie Jim, do me a favor, let 'em in." And I thought about, how can I play that song? And I was looking on YouTube for some covers, and then you guys a bit, and I thought, 3 guys, let 'em in. How do they do it? You like those covers?
Oh yeah. I mean, I started covering that song we started covering that song because I was playing with it.
Sorry, to explain, it's full of orchestra, withers, marching drums, and just you 3 is so, and it works.
Right.
Sorry.
No. I should have let you finish because that's more context than I had. We often will strip stuff back to just the harmony and the melody and then build back up from there. So one of the things that I always loved about that song were the chord changes. They're so recognizable, but they're also a little obtuse for pop music.
Yeah.
There's like a diminished major 7 chord, which you don't often hear. I just thought that was really cool to hear in a pop song. So we that's kind of what drew us to that. But yeah, I used to play with a guy named Steve Bell, and he used to sing that song in soundcheck, and we would play it together. And before I even heard the McCartney version,
I didn't know that. I didn't know that's where it came from.
Yeah. Steve used to sing it.
Man.
Steve Bell is one of our mentors.
Yeah.
Anyway,
It's
a great song.
Yeah, it's doom, 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 doom. You like Paul McCartney as a bass player?
Yeah, for sure. I wouldn't say that I was influenced by him. I have incredible reverence for him as a musician in the Beatles, but also I also really, I think if anything, I'm probably drawn more to his solo stuff. And I really love Wings. I know that's kind of a hot take, but Yeah,
I love Wings.
I'm a huge McCartney fan, but I was more influenced by like James Jamerson and stuff like that.
Yeah,
That's kind of where.
he was in for,
And so was he, yeah.
he too.
Yeah, but yeah, no.
But nobody at that point, he just always says nobody knew Jameson. And
Yeah, right.
When he started playing bass, he said, I take so much from Jameson, but nobody noticed.
Yeah, well, I think sadly he.
The hook.
The book was a big thing. The hook, right?
Yes,
And
he
then-
just played with one finger. That's why he was called the hook.
Yeah, he's. I mean, kind of untouchable in my mind in terms
You,
of
you know the great Marvin Gaye story?
which one.
Yeah, he says he was recording what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And the bass player didn't get it. And it was late at night. And he said, this guy sucks. Let's get Jamerson here.
Oh wow.
And so they went out to the Detroit clubs and found him not in the condition to play because he was so drunk
Yeah.
he couldn't stand. He could barely stand. And you know, he played What's Going On
Lying on his back
in the studio, lying on his back because he was so drunk. But it was one take.
That's
That's Jameson.
such an awesome story, but also so sad
Yeah.
Yeah, it is very sad.
because
Yeah.
he was
He was tragic.
tragic character.
Yes,
I mean, a lot
but
of-
that's yin and yang, you know.
I suppose. I hope that's not always. I believe you can have great artistry without suffering for it. I think there's a
It
lot
may
of
be
cases for that.
possible, but I don't believe in it.
Oh, I'm so reluctant to glorify it because I think too many people fall on that sword because of that, and they feel like they can then justify being a train wreck because all their heroes were. And I've met too many incredible, virtuosic, once in a lifetime talents that are also really well put together. So I believe in it. I have hope. I think you can reach and make great things without.
To be honest, I think it's not the. Yeah. I think sometimes it's not about drugs or anything else. It's if you have a bright sunshine, then you have total darkness. That's what I think. That's life.
But I think that speaks more to the human experience, and who do you know that hasn't experienced great loss and also great joy? I think, doing what we do, we've seen so many people who just, like Dave said, use the old trope of an artist has to suffer to avoid having to heal.
Yeah.
And I think, but Dave and I are both recovered alcoholics. We've had our own brush with some darkness, but I don't know. Maybe our music sucks now, though.
It's totally possible.
You guys are gonna fucking hate this next
When
record.
the new record comes out, you guys can let us know if we need to get back to drinking.
Back on the sauce, boys.
Back on the sauce. Nobody wants to hear this.
So let's talk about tone.
songs. Yes.
Well, that's all tone, of course, but your guitar sound. I know you're a big Lowell George fan, but your sound is different. Very different.
Much to my dismay. Yeah.
Because, let's face it, he's crystal clean
Yeah.
and some kind of sweet. He had the Telecaster a bridge pickup.
Yeah.
And it's just clean and two MXR compressors.
Yeah.
As he was into this. And
Whenever he's not playing, it's like. Yeah.
it hisses so much.
Yeah.
His other guitarist, Paul Barrere,
Yeah.
he says it was always such a hiss.
Yeah.
Coming-
How can it not be?
Yes.
Two compressors completely slammed in series.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's gonna be a nightmare. But it sounded so awesome. But
You have more Raikuderish get rhythm sounds, but you pushed it a bit more into the fuzzy, spitty, gnarly, and I like that. How's that happened?
I
Just
mean,
to find your own voice?
my theory is this. Because when I hear myself, when I hear my own playing, all I hear is bad impressions of my favorite guitar players. So, my guitar sound is me trying to play like Lowell George and Ry Cooder and Bonnie Raitt, but through Robin Ford's Dumble, with Mike Landau's fuzz tone, and it all kind of sucks. But when I put them all together, that's what I sound like. And as much as I would love to sound more like those people, and now as I'm getting closer to 40, I actually like my sound more than I ever have, because not because I think it's better, but because I've just accepted that this is, and so I try more to sound more like my heroes than when I was younger. I got to find my own sound. What's my own sound? I got to find this, and realizing my sound is in my influences smashing together,
And in your fingers, because I was a witness when you took my amp, 5-watt tweed amp. You took my Telecaster, you turned the fucking knobs and made an obscure tuning.
Yeah.
And then you started playing, and I thought, what is he doing with my guitar? It doesn't sound like me at all. This is not my amp. This is not my guitar. And you turned it to be your rig.
Yeah.
And so I thought, it's in the way that he uses this, and it's his fingers, his style. It's
Yeah. I mean, and everybody has their own sound and their own touch, and I think the more you lean into the things that captivate you, the more like you will sound. And I think a lot of people think it's somewhere in the ether where you have to go searching for this untouchable thing that is you. But I actually think it's very tangible, and it's the key to the secret door is just embracing your heroes and trying to play like them unabashedly, but play like all of them, and that's my philosophy.
Daniel.
Good morning.
Daniel, he's a friend of yours.
Beautiful friend of mine.
A beautiful friend of mine too.
We call it family.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he made this lovely bonk machine. What is bonk machine? What is
Bonk Machine, the sequel.
Bonk Machine 2.
Bonk Machine 2, and there was Bonk Machine already 1.
Yep.
And how I think I could you? It's on your board.
Oh yeah. Of
And
course.
I thought I heard it yesterday.
You did absolutely.
And is it important for you to have or are you the kind of guy who says, "Oh, okay, I love him. He's a friend of mine. He gave it to me." Would you play it if he wasn't your friend?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. I mean, I
tell us about it.
I loved Dan's pedals before I knew him. So there's that. But I mean, our friendship now will always, play into the choices that I make, and that's like when I play through someone's pedal who I love, I get to spend a little time with them, so it's like, who knows? There might be a better pedal, but not one made by someone I love. So I'm not interested. But this thing sounds awesome, and we collaborated on it, and we share a love for fuzz circuits, and we get on the phone and like go, oh yeah, what if it did this? Oh, that'd be super cool. Listen to this recording. Oh, blah, blah, blah. And then he sends me a pedal, and I play through it, and still, to my great dismay, I still sound like me. And but now we have a pedal. We made a little baby, a little blue and pink baby.
What's the difference between Bonk Machine 1 and Bonk Machine 2?
Well, there's quite a few differences, but this one's made from silicone transistors, and so it's a little more stable. I don't know. Why don't you?
We also covered the V1 version is way brighter,
Yeah.
I would say.
Yeah.
With a gnarly, sizzly top end.
Yeah.
This is the donkey thing we love. And it works better in conjunction with any drive pedal.
Yeah.
With a touch of mid-range. This combines now both. We have a higher mid-range amount, and you can just put it into a clean amp, and it covers that.
Yeah. And it's beautiful.
And the
Yeah.
bias Noob offers way more tonality frequencies.
Yeah.
I would say from Raikuda-esque to sputtery Jack White-esque.
Yeah.
So the range is 200% more,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree? When I play through dance pedals, the Tweedy or the Vokuda or the Austin Pride, I think they're like this. They're like monsters. If you give them, if you push the level, they start to breathe. Sometimes you play pedals and they sound like toys. You
Yeah.
know? It's so small. It's compressed and it's small, and you say, yeah, okay. But if you turn this one up, it starts to breathe.
Yeah. Dan's pedals don't sound the way he looks. Because he's a
Muchas gracias,
he's a
señor.
sweet little German leprechaun
This was the short
from
end
the
of a
rainbow
long
without
friendship.
gold. At the end of the rainbow with no gold, but he builds these fire-breathing dragon boxes.
Yes,
Yeah.
I love
that's
you
it.
too.
Yeah, yeah.
Daniel, come on, tell us what's the difference between an SMD overdrive and your hand-wired
Here we go.
little suckers.
It's a secret, okay?
No, it's not any longer. Tell them.
In my theory
Right.
and my believing, and I call it believing, signal likes to run on surface, on wide surface. Signal needs physically big parts, and every pedal of us has 2.5 meters of wire inside. It's hard to believe. Hey, Guillaume. It's hard to believe, but that's what we like. This is the way. That's the way.
Mandalorian.
The Mandalorian.
So you think you need big parts,
Yes.
and this is
Big
all.
big physically parts, and you need ear. Of course, you need ear. I talked with Jesse Davey from Kingtone, great friend of mine and of yours, and Jesse said to me years ago, "You don't need to be the technical crack. You need ears."
Yeah.
And he was freaking right.
Yeah.
It's all about ears.
What you want to hear.
Sorry.
What you want to hear.
What you want to hear.
I
And
always talk with Andreas Kloppmann, and he tells me, "Tell me what you want to hear."
same story.
He makes pickups.
Yeah, I'm going to go
And-
visit him after this.
Yeah.
And at the end, for all of us, hearing is believing. You listen different, like me. So that's it. It's subjective.
Yeah. You have a Two Rock signature amp, and now you have a Ref signature amp.
Yeah, the Rev is not a signature, but it's a collaboration.
It's
Yep.
a collaboration.
Yep.
Yeah, tell us about the amp, please.
Rev is a guitar amp company from our hometown. They've been really, really great friends to me over the years, and I've participated in a fair amount of R&D with them. I've tested many of their products before they come out the door. So when they launched their D20 amp, I was one of few beta testers. And so I helped with that, and I helped in the development of their D25 amp. And at some point in the last year or so, they asked me, "Hey, if you were using one of these amps, what would you change?" And so I made a few suggestions, and then they said, "Well, how about we do a Joey Landreth edition, and we share a little bit of the spoils, and we sort of celebrate." So
What did you change?
we changed the voicing of the amp quite a bit. We reshaped the bottom end. I find a lot of modern amplifiers right now to give off an unrealistic amount of bottom end. So it's kind of like it sounds great when you're playing by yourself, but as soon as you get in a band situation with a bass player and a drummer, all of that information does you no good. And it just creates this buildup of low frequencies. So all of a sudden you can't hear the kick drum as well. You can't hear the bass guitar as well. And it's a frequency, again, sounds great when you're playing by yourself, but it's not useful. It doesn't. It's when I say it's not realistic. It's not a part of the frequency spectrum that the guitar is necessarily supposed to occupy. So I had them tame and tighten up the bottom end a little bit and push the mid range forward a little bit and sort of brighten a little bit of the top end. And then I made a few suggestions, like they had these push button knobs or push buttons for some of the features, and I didn't like them. So I said, I think you should just have switches, because I can never tell when this fucking thing is on. It's like in, off, or in, on, I don't know. So we switched the switches around, and then we changed some of the aesthetic of the amp. And it's a great little amp because it's small, it's lightweight, it sounds fantastic. It's got a cabinet simulator in it, headphone out. So it's just a great grab and go all around amplifier. Whereas the Two Rock is a fire breathing dragon that requires two people to carry it up the stairs, and the Rev you can put it in a backpack.
Yeah, but would you agree when I personally think it does not matter which amp you play, because if it's a decent good amp, you will sound like Joey Landreth. Dave, would you agree? Or do you say no? If he's playing the Rev amp, then it's more. Or if he play this amp, that amp.
I mean, okay. Spiritually, if you wanted to like give off one message, I'd be like, yeah, man, plug into the walking stick that's sitting at the front of the stage with a string strung across it into a radio, and you'll be yourself. But the reality about what we do is that we're also, Joey and I love gadgets and gear, but part of why we love it is because in our thing, I mean, we're not punk rock. We're not the Ramones. We love to chase the last 5%. You know, like we get up there, we bust our asses being a good band and practicing and trying to do this craft as best we can. And another way that you can be great is by obsessing over that last little 5%. But we love it. It's not like this. We're not like whipping our backs over it. It's like it's a passionate pursuit of like, how good can this sound? How good can, we're working with the tools that we have to try and make it feel great, sound great. And we love that pursuit. So I would say, like, for us, it is really important to have really great tools that do exactly what we want. It's why we love freaks like Dan who obsess over that kind of stuff too, because that last 5% is like, it's kind of unattainable, but it's the pursuit of it that is so satisfying to try and get it to squish just right. And that's something that's lost on a lot of folks. Sure, that's fine, but we do it for us because it inspires the hell out of us to try and make it truly great.
I will say, like, it's part of our job and part of a required skill set to be able to plug into anything, and try to find a sound, and we've, I mean, I've had shows where we get to a festival and the only amp that's left is a 65 twin reissue with blown speakers and a bad power amp tube, and you plug into it and you're like, that is literally worse than plugging into a bowl of turds. But I still have to do my job, and I still have, and sure. I can't throw a fit and say I'm not playing, because I'm not that guy. Nobody, if I throw a fit and say I'm not playing, they're like, "Okay, cool, give us our money back." Like, enjoy buying your own flight home. So we have to be able to do that, and I have many times. But that said, when you're plugged into something inspiring, it may not make a difference to the audience. When you're sitting and listening to something, you may not hear that, but if I feel it, then I'm going to put on a better show, and that you will get back. So those are the things that Dave and I, with our gear pursuit, and it's not always about finding the most expensive, cool new thing. Oftentimes they are not cheap, but sometimes the coolest thing you can find is $80, or it's a shittier cable instead of a fancy cable, or it's a battery instead of a power supply. Like sometimes those little things. And again, nobody's going to go, wow, I love the sound of that battery in your fuzz pedal. 0 people are going to hear that. But if it makes me excited to play, that you will. That you have returns on.
Yeah, that's the point.
Yeah.
My wife always never never in 25 years, never my wife said, in the middle of the song where you stomp on that pedal, that was a great moment.
Yeah.
She's always telling me, that was a nice song. Oh,
Yeah.
you sing so well. That was nice.
My wife is always like, why are you always stepping on so much shit? Like, I don't know, honey.
And that's the point. That's what you said.
Yeah.
But if it makes you happy, that's the point.
Yeah.
If you hear it, and
Ultimately, it's about It is about sharing joy. I will say this: I played a guitar amp this morning that I'm so excited about. This guy out of France called Dweezil.
yeah.
Amazing, unbelievable, just blew my mind. I can't stop. I'm literally telling everybody that I see it. It is 25 watts, single-ended. The guy is a engineering whiz. And it does not sound over-engineered. It sounds beautiful. It sounds old and new and hi-fi and vibey at the same time. It's crazy. Go check him out.
My friend always says he's gone. I lost him in April, and he says there are people who are searchers. They always search for more, and they don't want to stop. They always says, like you, I have something new. There's something new. Yeah, but last year you said that's it, and I said, yeah, but I've got a new story to tell. I found something new. Daniel, vielleicht nochmal auf Deutsch eine Frage. Was ist das Schönste, wenn du mit Leuten wie Doyle Bramwell, Joel Ariel posen? Das sind alles Kunden von dir. Was ist eigentlich das Schönste für dich als Pedalhersteller? Was macht dich eigentlich glücklich in der Zusammenarbeit mit Joey? What makes him happy working with you?
Auf Deutsch?
Yeah, so they can't hear. Sorry.
Joke's on you. I speak fluent German.
Ich betrachte das jetzt mal aus zwei Perspektiven. Erstmal aus meiner persönlichen, es ist toll, auf der Welt
Sprich
Freunde
da rein,
zu haben.
mehr, lauter.
Aus meiner persönlichen Sicht ist es toll, auf der ganzen Welt Freunde zu haben. Und Kanada ist weit weg und das kann weit sein. Es ist schön, diese Menschen zu kennen, weil da auch viel mehr ist als nur Geschäftliches. Aber es ist, um das jetzt mal business-wise auszudrücken, auch viel Inspiration, Neues. Weil die nicht sagen, alles ist geil, sondern die sagen, was können wir hier noch ändern? Und das braucht man als Hersteller auch, Inspiration. Das ist ganz wichtig, davon lebt das Ganze. Und das sind eigentlich die zwei Blickwinkel. Aber der größte davon ist, dass wenn man ein Problem hat, auch mal diese Menschen privat anrufen kann. Oder unsere Kinder sind fast zeitgleich geboren. Das verbindet. Und das sind die schönen menschlichen Dinge.
Couldn't have put it better myself.
Also du magst es letztendlich von deiner Kundschaft einfach herausgefordert zu werden, kreativ.
Ja, absolut. Das ist das, wonach ich persönlich trachte. Ich weiß nicht, wie es bei anderen ist, aber ich benötige das, weil sonst wird es langweilig. Und das ist das, was wir als Hersteller nicht gebrauchen können. Langeweile.
Ja. So, what are your plans for the future? You have a new album?
Yeah, we have a new album coming out November 14th. You should talk a little bit. I've been talking nonstop.
Yeah, we got a new album coming out November 14th.
I'll Drive is the new single.
I'll Drive.
You played it yesterday.
We got another one coming up right away. It's really, really exciting. It's got a very special guest on the next track.
Tell me.
It's not a secret because it is. If you look on iTunes, you can see because they publish the whole track listing with all the titles. But we got a song coming out. The next one's called Knuckles, and our friend Bonnie Raitt sings a duet with Joey on it.
Oh man!
Goosebumps.
Which is the coolest thing in
God.
the world. Yeah, we could talk about that for 48 hours nonstop. It's the most incredible thing. So you're gonna.
How is this? Sorry,
Sure.
Komm, wir haben noch 4 Minuten dürfen wir noch, oder? Komm, 4 Minuten. What's like to be in a room with Bonnie Raitt? You adore, I adore her. It makes your finger go? Come on!
Well, thankfully, we didn't have to record together because I wouldn't have been able to.
Yeah.
But we sent her the songs when they were already finished and just said, hey, if you want to add something to it, please do. But we've had the chance to bump shoulders with her a little bit, and she is every bit as effervescent as she is kind and generous, and she's just a complete superstar and one of our greatest heroes, and just a total beautiful person. And it freaks me out when she gives me a hug because she's my hero, and it's weird.
You make me so envy.
Next time I see her,
peitscht der blanke Neid.
the next time I see her, I'll tell her that you
Yeah.
say hello.
Tell her hello.
By the way, I know that feeling.
Ah,
Oh.
I love you.
So new single, a new track with
New
Bonnie
single,
Raitt, and you're going on
New
tour.
album. Yeah, and then we're actually coming back to Germany in February. We've got 5 shows
All right.
lined up. We've been discreetly dropping. Which one?
What?
Munich
Munich is already sold out.
Oh, I don't.
Almost.
sold out.
Okay.
Oh.
You
I
heard
think
it
there's
here
still
first,
tickets.
folks. The tickets are getting low for Munich.
Get your tickets.
So
get
your tickets for the
Yeah.
tour of the Brother Landreth. Joey, Dave, Daniel, pleasure talking to you.
Thanks for having us, Till.
Thank
we
you.
just adore you.
Vielen Dank.
So, great people, great music, great hair.
Not me.
Not me too.
I don't care.
All right. Can you guys hear us? Check, check. Yeah, are we good?
I don't know if this is.
Both mics?
Can you hear it? Yeah.
Awesome. Well,
All right.
Dweezil Zappa, everybody.
Hi.
Thank you for attending. Thank you so much for being here. Really
Sure.
appreciate it.
Thank
You
you.
flew in yesterday for this.
I did. I got in yesterday. I'm feeling fine though.
That's the most impressive part. We're gonna start easy.
Sure.
I have a lot of things to ask you, and I'm a little leafy. You'll excuse me if I stumble.
No worries.
A bit. We're going to talk about guitars mostly. This is Guitar Summit, and you have a pretty unique experience when it comes to starting with the instrument and evolving with it.
Right.
So I want to talk a little bit to your tone chasing, your journey
Sure.
with tone, because your starting point was most of us's end game, ultimately. We want to have the old guitar and the old amp and crank it loud and do it like this, but you had a very different start to it. So what does your tone quest look like?
Well, the thing is, I always liked the sounds that my dad made on the guitar, but he used very different equipment and he had a very strange style of playing.
Yes.
So it was very idiosyncratic to him. And when I would hear what he was doing as a kid, I would think to myself, one day I'll figure out how to do something like that.
Yeah.
But what really got me motivated to play guitar was not necessarily my dad's music straight out of the gate, although I loved it. But I heard Randy Rhoads and Edward Van Halen when I was 12. So that was the most popular music in the world at that time, hard rock and metal.
Yeah.
So that was like 1982. And I got into that because it was very guitar centric. I could really focus on listening for just the guitar.
Yeah.
Because we didn't have the tools we have today where you could strip out the guitar and hear it by
Right,
itself or
yeah,
slow
yeah.
it down. You had to replace the needle on the record or rewind something. And
Yes.
so, but for me, when I would try to learn a piece of music or a song, I would want to try to learn the notes that the guitar player was playing, but then I would also want to try to make the same sound that he
Yeah.
was playing because it didn't feel like I was playing the song unless I had that sound. So if I wanted to try to learn Eruption, I wanted to try to get the same sound.
Yeah.
But of course, as a kid, I didn't know how to make that sound, and there wasn't anything that could actually just easily make something sound like that.
Just like, what did Eddie use on Eruption?
Yeah. So it was a lot more difficult to
Yeah.
try to figure out how to do all that stuff. But long story short, I've learned over the years what certain equipment sounds like.
Yeah.
And the nuances and the details of certain amplifiers or certain fuzz pedals. And so when you have that cataloged in your mind, you're able to decide what kind of feeling you want to express in your playing. And so I've been able to make stuff sound the way that I want because I've experimented with things for so many years. And now there's so many things available and so many different ways that you can approach it.
Yeah.
That it's really the best time as a musician, the access to equipment, tools, everything from sound design to just instruments, the playability and everything. So it's a great time to be into music. It just happens to also be the worst time in terms of being a musician and how to monetize your skill as a musician.
Yes. That's, but it's great that you can now sound great for $100 compared to what $100 would get you like 20 years ago.
Yeah.
So definitely agree on that one. I want to touch. I want to go back to the catalog of sounds in your head and what that inspires, because I've been in a very lucky position to talk to a lot of people of your caliber, and one of my favorite things to ask is always, do you? I'm like that myself. I have a sound, and the sound is going to inspire the music.
Yeah.
But a lot of people have the music, and then they'll try to find the sound that fits the music. Which category would you say you fit in?
I think it could be both. It just happens, it depends. sometimes you could pick up a guitar without it being even plugged in, and it has a personality.
Yeah.
And then you plug it into something, and it takes you in the direction that is needed. But let's say you're trying to recreate a very specific sound, and you don't have the actual equipment that the person used, whether it's Van Halen or, in my case, a lot of the stuff that my dad did. His guitars always had weird electronics in them. He always had, so one of the things that he did that was very different was the guitars would have a preamp in them that brought them to line level.
Yeah.
So when he would plug that into a regular amplifier, he didn't have to use that much preamp gain because the guitar was already hitting the amp very hard. So you had all this extra sustain, and the gain staging was very different. So what was interesting was he had a very low signal to noise ratio. It wasn't ever very hissy because
The amp wasn't working so hard.
yeah, he wasn't having to use a lot of preamp.
Yeah.
He had this punchy headroom sound, but the extra sustain was coming from the gain that was already being pushed through the amplifier at the input stage.
Right.
So when you have to try to recreate those kind of things that have this nuance, I find it much easier to do it with modeling than with trying to do it with trying to recreate what he would have used at the time, because I've done it before where I had a touring rig that had multiple amplifiers and DIs like he used to have, but as it would travel, everything would come unplugged and it would break, and I would have to waste an hour at sound check every day trying to get it to work. And then, of course, it's expensive to travel with. So it wasn't ideal for what I had to do. But in the world of tone chasing, I like having access to analog amplifiers and the digital stuff and being able to know how to use both and for what situation. But I always liked the layered sounds, and my dad was into that too. He would have, for example, one sound that would have less gain, and let's say that's on the left side, and then it would have more gain on the right side, so the note would bloom and sustain longer. But you might have fast attack with a slower blooming of the sound. So in a stereo situation, it's always moving. And then he would have a DI that would be in the center, so you would have the clarity, but it was just tucked under the distortion.
Yeah.
So those things are, I still use that kind of technique in making sounds, but again, easier to do in modeling.
Oh, 100%, yeah. So what does your current rig look like? If you're out on tour, what do you have with you?
Well, I do have a Fractal Axe Effects system, foot controller, and the FX3, the main flagship unit. But I have a lot of pedals as well, and the way I set my system up is I have autonomous left and right. So I have some pedals that only go to the left, some that only go to the right, and some that go to both. And so that means I can have analog pedals that give me a different kind of feel that, sometimes I will use things that are within the fractal, but sometimes I'll choose to use overdrives or fuzz pedals outside because they definitely have a different character than what is just in the modeling world. But I like to stack them and do different things. So like I might have one fuzz on one side set one way and another on the other, and then modulate the sound with like a Dynaflanger type of sound. And all that stuff it's just always a playground. And every guitar reacts differently. And also you can make presets that work for specific guitars, which is very convenient because, you might need that as opposed to trying to have one uniform sound and then each guitar
will vary in
and
volume.
Then you can't play comfortably.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Thank you. I really love your unapologetic use of effects. It's very bold. Your modulations, all of that. Like I really enjoy the way you do it. I'm curious, how much gas do you suffer from? How much do you experiment? How many pedals you buy? How much do you try out?
I'm always trying stuff. In fact, I did a video.
It's good for vendors.
That is, it's going to come out on my YouTube channel soon. But when I was building my guitar rig for the tour that I did in 2024,
Yeah.
I was testing so many different pedals. Probably, I basically I had a cardboard box and I wrote on it big box of fuzz, and it had like
Yes.
60 or 70 pedals in
Yes.
it. And I made a video series where I was testing 3 at a time,
Okay.
and I was just seeing what they would do and see which one would make it into the rig. And I did the same with overdrive. So there's big box of fuzz, big box of overdrive. And you'll be able to see the video at some point soon. It'll be a series, like I think 7 episodes of each, because I was
Nice.
going through so many of these things. But it's all fly on the wall, me like testing it, and you just hear my initial thoughts of all of
That's
them
great.
and how I might use them.
Yeah.
And the criteria was, does it have a unique sound?
Mm-hmm.
Does it clean up? Could I make it in the fractal? And do they stack?
Right.
And so I found all kinds of really cool combinations, and that's the unique part of the way the video will go. Is it will let people see which things actually work well together and which ones don't. And
Yeah.
it's like every pedal manufacturer out there, a lot of boutique ones and things, random stuff that people made and just gave me on the road.
Yeah.
Like somebody would give me like a box they made themselves in their garage. I'm like, hey, try this. I'm like, cool, I will. And so.
Then you have to hunt them down, see what it is. Like,
But
I need
sometimes
5 of
they,
those.
sometimes they sound amazing,
Yeah,
and they
yeah.
have no writing on them.
Right.
Like I have, and I don't remember who gave it to me. So.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. It's a challenge. I think it's something that we can all thrive for. Maybe to start with big box of pedals and then decline that into big box of fuzz, big box of overdrive.
Yeah.
Like
Well,
that.
the thing is, there's so many different ways that you can approach it all, and you start finding that you like the texture or character of certain things, and then especially with fuzz, they always have a hard time interacting with each other. Impedance issues, like if you have a guitar with active electronics, you might not be able to use certain fuzzes.
And going into the fractal, which is also its own thing, like it's not going to overdrive the same way as an amp would. Like for the most part.
A lot of them do actually do
really?
it very
Yeah,
well.
you find? Okay.
So the issue becomes like if you try to stack 2 or 3 or have them all in line with each other, they interact electronically in a way that is unpredictable sometimes. So that's why I choose to have some that I can put just on the left, and I can separate them from being interactive all in the same path.
Right.
But then I can have these really cool, weird stereo fuzzes.
Which leads me to my next question. Do you ever suffer from option paralysis with all of this? Like, are there times where you just like take the big box of everything and
Sometimes.
Out of the way.
Yeah, well, the clearing of the palette would be to just plug into an amp. And just be like, all right, so now.
Palette cleanser.
Yeah.
I like that.
Now I just go right into like, I have a good collection of oddball amps, like unique things and classic stuff. But there's, because I'm doing a lot more stuff on YouTube now where I'm doing testing of gear, amps, pedals, and all that stuff, I think people will be able to see some of the unique things that are coming my way. Like I just am finishing a video where I play all of Jimmy Page's amps. He's got the Sun Dragon amp.
So wild.
And so I tried all 3 that are in their line, and I did a real specific test with all of them. But the newest one that came out is called the Nymph, and it's a 1-watt amp that you can run at a 1/4 watt. And it's like bedroom level amp with a line out as well. This thing is amazing. It's a really cool sound. It sounds and plays like a fully cranked amp, but at a whisper volume.
Yeah, I mean those low wattage amps, they do something different. Like the amount of stuff that was recorded on 5 watts and just it's awesome. But yeah, it's so refreshing to hear you talk about stuff like this and being like so excited about this stuff. I really like that's right up my alley. I think a lot of our respective alleys.
Yeah, well, you know what I like about a show like this is there's so many people that have faith in their idea of what they want to bring to the market, and they just say, I'm going to make this thing, and I hope people are going to come find it. And I just love going around every corner and seeing what people have made, you know. So that's like a little bit of option overload when you walk through here. But I like supporting anybody that has a bold idea, and I like to go and try stuff out and see what's going on. And there's a lot of great guitars that I've seen here too. So, you know, it's fun. It's like Christmas.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. I feel that very much. I suppose let's do a little side bit. Like pause the gear for a second. What kind of music inspires you nowadays? Like, what do you listen to?
Well, for guitar, I'm trying to adapt things from other stuff.
Yeah.
Like, I have an interest in microtonal music. I have an interest in folk music from different places like Bulgaria or even, Middle Eastern stuff.
Oh, yeah.
So I have some guitars that I've done weird things with where I have one SG where
how many frets?
it has the top 3 strings are fretless and the bottom are fretted. So I can still play chords easily, but then I can slide around, and it has a sustainiac in it, so I can have it do all kinds of stuff.
Wow.
But that helps with all those kind of ornamental phrasing things for when I want to do that kind of stuff. But I don't necessarily listen to the same stuff that I listened to growing up, and I don't find the inspiration from standard guitar playing. I'm just looking for other stuff to then try to hear something different. You know, because it's almost like this: if there's a lot of languages in the world, but music is a universal language, right? So if you're playing something, let's say you're playing the blues, people will know what you're saying when you play the blues. But if you start playing some weird notes in there, at first they're going to be like, hey, where are you from? You know, I don't understand.
But that's fun.
Yeah, but then if you do it long enough, they start to hear where you're coming from. They go, oh, I see what's going on. So you have to put enough of it in to give it context.
Man, that is wild. Chris was doing an interview with Paul Reed Smith like 4 days ago. The same thing. At the end of one phrase, Paul asks him, "Where are you from?" But like literally, like what country are you from? Because of the way you were playing some certain notes and all. Like I know I'm mostly a blues player myself, but a lot of the inspiration that I have comes from either metal or video game soundtracks. I freaking love. I'll play the Witcher soundtrack without end, and I know a lot of my note choices when I go back to playing the blues is a little like that's like, and that comes from I know it comes from that. So I really appreciate that you have those ventures outside of just guitar-driven music and bring that into the world of guitar.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many people that are exploring these days on the guitar, but people aren't experiencing popular music on the radio like it used to be.
Yeah.
They are discovering on Instagram or YouTube or other places. It's not necessarily selling lots of records, but there are definitely people taking bigger risks
pushing the envelope
now than because it's not label based. You know, people are just like, I can distribute this myself. I can just upload this to Instagram or YouTube. So you do hear people doing all kinds of sound explorations and playing styles. So there's probably never been as much variety out there than now.
Yeah, amen. I can't say it better. So let's go back for a sec about that half-fretted guitar. Do you still do a lot of that? Do you do a lot of that tinkering yourself? Is that
I don't know how to dress the neck to do that, but when I had this done, nobody had made anything like this before. So one of the things that was interesting was the frets for the low strings. The idea was like, well, how do you transition to the fretless part? Does it need to have a bevel, or do you still keep it high? And so at first I said, okay, before you change it and slope it, keep it high because I want to see if it will yodel.
Right,
you know, you could pull it.
Of course.
And so it did some really cool sounds like that.
Nice.
And then, I was like, well, I know what it does that way, but let's just smooth it. And so when it smoothed it, it didn't yodel anymore. And then I was kind of like, I should have kept it where it would yodel more. But the thing that's cool about that guitar is I did have one little adaptation where I got Fishman to make a bridge because it has a piezo bridge on the guitar. But because I wanted to be able to still play chords and put my fingers in the same spot as I would on a fretted guitar, I had to make it so that the bridge element could flatten intonation-wise towards the nut even more. So this bridge had to be cut in half, and the high strings had to be moved towards the end of the neck.
Yes.
And so that made it so that I had more room to intonate, because when you play fretless, you basically have to play on the fret line.
Right. Yeah.
And so if you're going to try to play like triads, you can't put your finger in the right spot. I put my finger where they needed to be, and I intonated it for where my finger had to be, and then now I could play chords and I could slide them.
That makes that makes so much sense. I was like, my only point of comparison. We'll put pictures. That video will be edited. We'll put some pictures because I I'm not there myself, but I have the same issue with slide playing a lot. When I want to either fret behind the slide or I want to play chords where the fourth or whatever is behind, and I end up like playing with my slide across the board or like sideways, and like. Yeah, open tunings are meant for that and all, but it's still like a bit of a challenge, and it creates those interesting like.
But that's the cool microtonal world,
exactly,
and that I think is what makes it sound interesting.
If it's well done, yeah, I've heard some people doing it well.
Yeah, well, otherwise people just think, oh, that guy can't play in tune.
Exactly.
But it's odd how in the blues, just pulling stuff sharp is the natural thing that we want to hear.
Yeah.
If you just sit on the note at pitch, it's nowhere near as interesting in the blues context than when you're pulling it sharp or doing stuff to manipulate the microtonal phrasing.
For sure. And so is that the direction you're going into now, like keeping exploring that way? And like
yeah, I like all that kind of stuff, but the thing for me is I haven't had time to really think about writing specific new music. I did do a thing a few months ago in Holland where I played with the Metropole Orchestra, and I was able to write music for the orchestra. So that was a very interesting thing. You know, I had a 14-minute piece that is fully orchestrated.
Oh, wow.
But then I took some of my other older songs and orchestrated them for the Metropole. So I feel like stuff like that is probably an interesting thing for me to try more of. But again, being able to monetize it is difficult. You know, you have to either make it a performance, a concert performance, which is difficult to put together.
Yeah.
But, you know, if I was to make a whole record of that stuff, it's not like it would sell enough for me to even spend the money to make it.
Fair enough.
You know, so that's one of the tricky parts is like you could get really excited about making new music only to discover that you'll just be spending money to do it.
Yeah.
You know, and then like, is that important enough? And do you have time or can you put the effort towards that?
Yeah.
The only way to make that stuff work is if you have the ability to bring an audience along with you that wants to support you as an independent artist and say, hey, I would consider doing some kind of subscription-based thing to get access to the totality of your entire set of work, because that way it becomes more doable. You can't rely on making a new record and having it actually make enough money to be sustainable or even support you month to month.
Yeah, like you don't really tour a microtonal record of experiments and like it's I can, but you know, and I think I will ask you about that, where YouTube sort of starts playing into that sort of thing as well, because for a lot of musicians it's just the reality, like not to become a content creator. You want to be a musician, but you need to live. And all of that kind of plays into it, and then you know it's just a different way to live from that music and those experiments. So is that where YouTube sort of plays in for you? Do you want to like bring more content like this?
Yeah, I've started doing a lot more focused stuff on my YouTube channel because in the time that I'm not touring,
Yeah.
it makes sense to try to make stuff that I find fun to make that maybe other people will be entertained by watching.
Yes.
But it could then also drive people to my website if they want to explore music that's available. But as I am able to do more stuff on YouTube and put out concert performance things that would never have an ability to come out, like, because right now, the people that support what I do tend to be my age and up. That my dad's fans, and they also like things that you can hold physical product, like DVDs and things. But that's such a small market, so it would be hard for me to do like a full concert on a DVD release because it wouldn't sell enough to even bother making it. So what I have is an archive of like, I don't know, a dozen concerts that I'm trying to now edit and put out so I can do pieces of them for free on YouTube, but then eventually they'll go onto my website and you could stream it from there. But nobody has this figured out. But if you're an independent artist, this is what you have to deal with. You have to figure out how can you have this relationship with your fan base that is a mutual thing, and have the understanding that if you're able to provide enough things over a period of time, that it might make it worth it to do a subscription-based kind of thing. But direct to them from your own website. And that's what I'm working to do.
That's great. I didn't see the talk go in that direction, but it's so refreshing to talk about this openly because it is a reality for all musicians. It is just the state of the industry right now, the state of the business, and seeing somebody like you and with your wealth of knowledge as well, with the things that you have access to, the amps that nobody else has ever heard and most likely touched or seen, you have so much to offer, and seeing that coming on YouTube is like, I think it's great. I think it's awesome.
I hope that people will enjoy it. We're having fun making some of the stuff, but the thing is, at the moment, it basically costs a lot of money to make the stuff, and I'm just putting it up for free. And at a certain point, maybe there will be companies that want to do sponsorship of certain content, which would make it easier for me to keep doing more things. But the reality is, you can't really just do anything unless you just start somewhere. So like I had to just dive into it, and it's not like I could just get it all funded. I just have to do it, but I can't do it myself forever because it's like
not sustainable.
Yeah, it's not.
Oh, for sure. Thank you. That's it's a really refreshing talk. I appreciate that very much.
Thanks for having me.
Do you have any final words for our audience? Where can they find you? What do you have going on? Coming up.
I have not toured in Europe since 2019, so we're trying to figure out a way to do a tour next year.
Nice.
And what we've just discovered is that it would be the 20th anniversary of when I started the project of playing my dad's music, because I started in 2006. And
wow.
I toured annually, consistently, up until the whole shutdown of the world. But oddly enough, if you look at the amount of dates that I've played versus the amount of dates that my dad played over a similar period of time, I've now played more shows playing his music than he has.
That's that's epic.
So it's kind of crazy that in the 20-year period that it's eclipsed, because we've done, I don't even know, probably more than 1,300 shows. But the music is very complicated. It's hard to tour that music. And so long story short, it would be nice to come back to play in different countries in Europe and celebrate this sort of milestone of
I didn't
20
realize
years.
it was 2006. But I guess for me, it's always been overshadowed a bit by the Dweezil plays whatever the F he
Yeah,
wants,
yeah.
cease and desist, all like
Yeah.
that will live in my head
Yeah.
rent free forever and ever.
Yeah, that was a good one.
That was a good one. Thank you so very much for your time.
Yeah,
I really
thanks.
appreciate
Thanks
it.
for
Thank you
having
guys
me.
for attending. That was
Yeah.
Dweezil Zappa.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Dankeschön.
Sure. Thanks. Thank you so much. Yeah, sure thing. Yeah, cool. Thanks.
Check. Good to go?
Testing. 1, 2. That sounds good in here.
Sounds good, yeah. Hallo, herzlich willkommen. Wir machen ein ganz kurzes Intro auf Deutsch. Freut mich sehr, dass ihr auf der Rockantenne-Bühne wieder seid, zum ersten Mal seit heute. Und ich freue mich wahnsinnig über den nächsten Gast. Man könnte sagen, er ist vielleicht der Lieblingsgitarrist von eurem Lieblingsgitarrist, your guitarist, your favorite guitarist. Testament, Alex Skolnick Trio. Please welcome Alex Skolnick.
Danke. Too kind. Bitte.
You are here sort of as a guest or on behalf of ESP Guitars.
Correct.
With whom you've released several signature guitars.
Yes.
Anyone from ESP around, cover your ears for 1 minute. Aside from the ESP signature stuff, have you seen anything walking around the summit, one guitar, a pedal, an amp that you're particularly interested in that stood out to you?
There's so many things to see here. It's overwhelming. As soon as I get a moment, it'll probably be tomorrow. I'm going to bop around and I'm going to see some things. There's some German. Well, not because we're in Germany, but Duesenberg. Yeah, really nice. And I just passed by the booth and I liked what I saw. And I don't know if they have a booth here, but Reverend guitars. I saw my friend Vernon Reed from the band Living Colour. He played with his solo group the other night in New York. And he's got these new Reverend guitars, which are really cool. He actually wants to trade me. So he
trade a Reverend for an ESP?
Yes. He's been doing a thing where he trades signatures. I guess it started, he ran into Jack White at the airport. And Jack White was a big Living Colour fan growing up and had just done his new signature guitar. So they traded, and I think he's traded once with somebody else. And he was just saying the other night, yeah, we're gonna swap.
Like a jersey swap.
Exactly.
But coming back to ESP, why is ESP the right partner for you?
You know, it's a funny thing with music products, and I've had this experience over the years where sometimes, not all of them, but some companies are like, in the U.S. we talk about used car salesmen. When they want to sell you a car, and they say, "Oh, you're gonna love this. Wait, if we got the guitar for you." And ESP, never had that attitude. They really listen to the artist and they want to know, what do you want to play? They offered to build me a guitar. I'm sometimes associated with the brand Ibanez because I played them when I was much younger. And I still appreciate them, but at that, I came into that, like brand new. I was a new fish in the music industry, and I think when you connect with a company, definitely has an effect on the relationship. So, I was definitely a new fish. I was a small fish, and by the time I connected with ESP, I had some credibility, and there was just a lot of appreciation there, and they really made me feel at home, worked with me on the instruments, and really just cared about what I wanted in an instrument. They didn't try to sell me what they were working on.
I think what's particularly interesting is that your signature guitars kind of have to serve two worlds, like more the high gain, gritty stuff with Testament, and like the clean, more articulated stuff with the trio, with the jazz you play. How difficult was it for you to build a guitar with ESP that serves both worlds?
It wasn't that difficult because I had guitars that I liked that I used as blueprints. And I said, for screaming lead guitar sound, here's a guitar I like. Could we go for something, have elements of this? But also, it needs to be very resonant. It does, even though they're not hollow body guitars, but they need to have good acoustics. They need to sound good even not plugged in. And when I play with the trio, I do use the ESP, but only on a few songs. It's usually for like funk or blues. I usually use hollow body guitars for the chord melody stuff. But if I had to do a whole gig on the ESP, I could. And when I do instrumental music outside of the trio, I play with some great musicians like Stuart Hamm, Percy Jones, the former Brand X bass player. So that's like electric jazz rock, I guess, or maybe it's kind of prog. But for music like that, it's electric guitar music that's instrumental. The ESPs just are perfect. I couldn't think of a better guitar.
You coming from a background of playing mainly metal and jazz in these two bands, are there skills as a guitar player that are transferable from metal to jazz? And which skills are unique to these genres as a guitar player?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I get asked that a lot. I guess I was kind of a weirdo to because I got so obsessed with jazz guitar first as a hobby, and I just couldn't stop pursuing it. And I didn't have any handbook or any role models. I didn't know of anybody who'd ever done that before. But it just made sense for me. And as I was on that journey, I would look for parallels. What can you take from one and apply to another? There's a lot of differences, for one thing. The timing is very different. The touch is very different. But there's certain techniques like arpeggiation, especially if you do arpeggios sort of inspired by like neoclassical lead guitar playing that you'll hear in metal. Randy Rhoads, Yngwie, and a lot of those ideas can apply to jazz. And also, in jazz, you have to learn a lot of, there's a lot of theory, a lot of interesting patterns, and it requires like the discipline of being able to play in multiple keys, combining different components. So by components, I think like 4-note arpeggios, of different types of pentatonic scales, different types of patterns that don't really fit into one scale. Some of those actually work well with metal. If you take some of these patterns that, maybe it comes from a jazz tune or, it's a certain type, a common component in jazz, and then you play it through a wall of Marshall amps and a loud guitar, you'd be surprised. And so it's just context. There's a lot of stuff that doesn't work, but there are these moments that overlap.
Basically in any kind of music that you play, but jazz, especially blues, improvisation is a key ingredient.
Right.
And as someone who has struggled with improvisation my whole life, do you have any tips, like quick, not quick fixes, but steps one can take to improve their own improvisation skills?
Well, I think your emphasis needs to be more on your ears than your fingers. That's a tough one, especially as guitar players. We're so focused on our hands and what can the hands do. But the ears really play a much bigger role in improvisation. And it can be, I know this can be uncomfortable at first, but if you sing some ideas and try to match those ideas with your guitar. It's a great exercise. You don't have to do it publicly. You can hide so nobody hears you and sit with the guitar and just, you're not going to be able to play everything you sing, but find something, and just get in the habit of being able to sing ideas and being able to play them, even if it's really simple ideas. And then the more you do that, the more you get comfortable and you build a stronger connection between your ears and your hands.
My bass teacher, I'm a bass player. No bassism allowed right here, okay? We're all equal. My bass teacher always told me that I maybe should have like a small library of licks that I can resort to whenever I hit a dead end in improvisation. Do you recommend that especially for beginners getting into improvisation?
Oh yeah, I mean that's a really good idea as well. Have some licks and parts that are going to work. And the other word I would add, in addition to improvisation, is variation. Because what is improvisation? It's a lot of it is a variation on a part. So, a good example of very simple example of variation is Smoke on the Water, right? So it's 3 notes, dum 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 dum, and then da da, an extra note. Then the 3 notes again, dum 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 dum. You could just take that. What if you started with the second pattern, right? So you have the A riff and the B riff. So start with the B riff. Dun 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 dun. Right? So they're reversing it. That's variation. What about the last part? Dun 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 dun. What if you start with that? 1, 2, 3. Right? What if you take any of those and start on a different part of the beat, right? Because every time it starts on 1, 1, 1, right? What if you start on 2? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, dun dun dun. Right, so you can already hear it.
Yeah.
I'm just doing that. I'm hearing other ideas in my brain.
I'm gonna try to keep that in mind the next time.
Yeah, and then the one other word I would throw at you besides variation is composition. A big secret of improvisation is composition. Of high-level jazz musicians, full-time jazz players that only do jazz that I've studied with have all admitted that they, as an exercise, they will compose a solo. It doesn't have to be a whole solo. Maybe it's just over one part of a form, but they will do a composition, write it out, and then improvise off that. So part of it is having a foundation to improvise with. It's really hard to just come up with improvisational ideas out of thin air. Usually there's some source, there's some lick that's already learned, or you're doing a variation on something you've transcribed, or it's like something composed, like like a whole solo over a chorus.
Yeah, I always kind of my teacher for me was like him pulling all these things out of thin air, and then I only started to realize, well, of course, maybe he's played these licks 1,000 times before, and now he's just putting them together differently. But always very fascinating for me hearing people improvise. Besides metal and jazz, you've dabbled in blues, a little bit in hip hop, in world music. Is there any musical style or genre that you haven't tried that you would like to try?
There's a couple genres I kind of stay away from just because like proper classical music. I love it. I listen to a lot of classical. It sort of takes my brain away from all the other music I work on. But for some reason, the technique that goes with classical guitar, it's this very specific technique. And yes, if you ask me to play a Bach fugue, okay, I could learn like part of it and pick it. But like the people that do it properly, like the Segovia style, like it fascinates me, and I've never quite gotten into it. And I wouldn't mind at some point. And connected to that is flamenco, like proper flamenco technique. So this is all like right hand techniques that are just
Complete insanity.
and completely with no pick.
Yeah.
And I do a lot of chord melodies with my trio, and it's some of it's relatable to classical, but I've always got the pick. I might hide the pick and use fingers at some point, but to just lose the pick and only do fingers, whether it's flamenco or classical, it fascinates me, but I'm terrified of it.
So we're looking forward to an Alex Skolnick flamenco record?
Imitation flamenco.
Imitation flamenco, okay. Record. Well, delivered myself the next keyword. On October 10th, you are releasing a new record with Testament.
Yes.
Called Parabellum, which, of course, means, roughly translates to prepare for war.
Yeah.
Like, politically, philosophically, personally, what does preparing for war in this context mean to you? Or was it just a cool metal name for an album?
Well, it sounds metal. It's let's face it. A good title. It's got to sound metal. I think it certainly takes on a different meaning today than had we done this back in 1990 or when we were really young. I mean, there were scary things going on in the world then, but now it means a lot more. And I think the fact that there's really different types of wars going on now that don't even necessarily involve artillery, right? There's information wars, and that has a big impact on what's going on. And certainly there are philosophical wars. There's a lot of tribalism, especially in the country that I'm from. Things have gotten very tribal. So it doesn't make a specific point, or it's not a fine-tuned definition. It's open to interpretation, but I certainly think about all those things when I think about the title.
Well, what kind of, I think, has a fine-tuned definition is the first single, Infanticide AI, which, if you read the lyrics, you clearly see it's like an indictment on the way that we've approached the whole AI thing in the past years, and not only that, but like a very, very stark warning towards what it's going to be. Was there, like maybe as a band or personally for you, something that happened that like inspired this song?
That song, I think the title came actually from Chuck, and it might have come from Eric. I'm not sure, but I know it's just been a topic of conversation among. It's kind of unavoidable. AI is here, and there's good things about it. Where you would have done a Google search, you can talk to AI and get much more information than you could have. I found it great for troubleshooting electronics, for example, whether computer related or even music gear. I had a problem with the quad cortex, and it was actually giving me some help. But then there's a whole negative side to it, and what I alluded to before, the information war. easy to manipulate. It's easy to spread false information. So that's a scary part of it. And interestingly, I have my trio album is coming out the next month. And the title of that is also AI related, but it was a total coincidence. It's not like we coordinated it, but that's called Prove You're Not a Robot, which is this strange message we get when we're locked out of our website or social media platform or whatever. But it certainly applies to AI as well.
Did you work on the both records in a parallel way, or was it one after another? Because I can imagine it could be hard for some people to work on a metal record while working like on a jazz record.
Yeah, the trio record was actually recorded last year, like early in the year, and the writing had started on the metal recording, but the recordings were done at totally different times. So yeah, I would not have been able to focus on both at the same time. Like to do like more than one session in a day where one is jazz and one is metal, that would have been really challenging.
Has it happened before that you have like a Testament gig like on Saturday and then like the next week or next day a trio gig?
I have situations like that a lot, actually.
How do you like mentally switch from one to the other?
In fact, next week, the trio album launch in New York is going to be on Tuesday, and the next day I fly to Sacramento to play a festival called Aftershock. Yeah, with Gojira and a lot of big bands, and play with Testament, and then fly back here and start a tour with Obituary. It's kind of crazy. The way I deal with it is, well, for one thing, the gear is very different. I'm plugged into very different sounds, so I never forget which gig I'm doing, and the sounds help dictate how I play and what the music sounds, and also the musicians. You know, the guys in my trio, they're players. They do that type of music. They're not metal artists, and with Testament, those guys play the way they do, and that brings out the sound, and it's also just a different environment, different type of stage, So I'm totally used to it. To me, it's just like putting on a different suit.
I wouldn't ask you which is more rewarding, but I would like to know, can you tell or can you say from a personal perspective which gigs are like harder for you, maybe musically, or is it the same?
Oh, definitely. When I play with my trio, it's harder because I'm the band leader. So I not only have to play my rhythm guitar and my lead guitar, even though you don't really call it that in jazz, but it's essentially the same. I've got those parts, but I'm also sort of directing and kind of deciding, what happens. I might spontaneously decide there should be a bass solo and point to the bass player and. There's always a certain amount of improvisation, but it has to be directed. It has to be controlled. And with a metal show, you go out there and you want it to be like your last show. Basically, you're doing a similar thing. You kind of know the result you're going for. So it doesn't involve as much thought. It's more of it's easier to kind of get lost in the performance.
But when playing with Testament, do you allow room for improvisation in your solos, or is it like it has to be like on the record?
It's very subtle. Like if you did a study of my solos live and just transcribed them night after night, you would say, oh, you approached the bars 56 to 60 slightly differently. But if you're not if you don't, if you're not listening at that level, you might not notice that. So if you're a guitar player and you're listening for improvisations or variations, you could probably hear it. And I do change it up. I never want to play exactly the same thing every night. But at the same time, I also want it to be recognizable. And I don't want non-musicians to suddenly notice, oh my God, he's playing something I don't even recognize the solo. It's a fine line.
As you said, you'll be touring with Obituary coming October. And you guys being kind of along the pioneers of thrash and them being pioneers of death metal. Are you guys friends, or how did this billing come to be?
Yeah, well, our bass player, Steve DiGiorgio, he's got a foot in the death metal world, having been part of Death and now Death to All. And, Obituaries are in that circle of bands from Florida, and Steve's part of that scene. So he knows them well. I've met them, but I don't know them as well. Looking forward to getting to know them better. But I think it's exciting, and I think, we each have our lanes. We've done tours in the past. Pretty recently we did one with bands that are associated with Testament. We did a tour called The Bay Strikes Back, Exodus, Death Angel, and it was great, but I think we've done it. I think it's a little more interesting to play with bands that are different. I mean, we've played with bands that came after Testament, like Lamb of God, and even some bands you wouldn't expect us to be on the bill with, like Killswitch Engaged. And it worked out great. I like variety, and I like bringing different fan bases together. So I think this tour is going to be like that.
I think we're coming somewhat close to the end. I would like to give room for maybe 1 or 2 questions, if it's all right for you.
Absolutely.
Yeah? Anyone
Anybody
a question
has a question
for Alex?
They can answer.
Yes. I will come down.
Thank you. Let me try first a short introduction to the question itself. So you've mentioned improvisations, you mentioned, transferring from genre to genre, which is not easy for a lot of people to listen to. Like, I can listen to Testament and then go to Chick Corea.
Yeah,
not a lot of people can do that. And you mentioned that you try to...
Good choices.
Yeah. Thank you. And also Greg Ho.
Love Greg.
But I was wondering, you've mentioned improvisations, you mentioned, variations, trying different stuff over the years. But how do you think your style developed in the last, let's say, 10, 15 years? Because, of course, you're influenced by both genres. But do you think, from this point of view, 15 years ago, why did I play this like that? Or should I have played this like this? Or is there room for personal improvement in that way?
There definitely is, yeah. Okay. One of the benefits of touring and playing live and playing your recorded music is you get a second chance. I was kicking myself for not putting a certain lick at the end of a solo. Well, guess what? I can do that now. Maybe I didn't think of it under pressure. The record's got to be done. I got to move on to the next solo. But, here's a great part. And also I think doing more than one genre, it certainly affects the music. It gives me new perspectives on, and the more I improve as a player, the more I look back and I realized I could have approached things differently. But at the same time, you don't want to beat yourself up. That you were in a certain frame of mind when you recorded your music, and that was then. It's all about the moment. That moment's gone. What matters is the music you're doing now, or your next recording. Hope that makes sense.
We can do one quick question. I'm gonna run down.
What modern guitar techniques are you into? Are you looking for selective picking and all this modern hybrid picking stuff? What's your approach on this?
Well, it depends what you mean by modern. I do when I do my instrumental music now. I do a lot more hybrid picking. I like working with the pick and the fingers. There's a lot of music I've discovered in the last few years since I've been doing that I didn't think I would be able to play, that I actually am able to play by guitarists who play with their fingers. If I watch them, I'll freak out and think I can't play it. But if I just listen, I can find a way of doing it. So that's been a big help for me, and I've been inspired by a lot of more recent guitar players that do that type of thing. There's others I just stay away from, but appreciate. Matteo Mancuso. He's got this machine, that right hand, and it's just like only he can do that. Like nobody else should try that. But I have a lot of appreciation for it. And then occasionally I'll get curious about certain two-handed tapping techniques that people do, like Guthrie Govan, for example. But that's another thing. Like he does that so well. Like I'm not even going to attempt it, but I might learn from it and try to apply a little bit of it to a lick that sounds more like I play. So
Thank you for the questions. Thank you.
Good questions.
Thank you. Yes. Better than my questions. No, I'm just kidding.
Your questions were great.
Thank you. Fishing for compliments.
Yeah.
And I want to thank you, Alex Skolnick, for joining me today. And hope
David.
that you enjoy the rest of Guitar Summit. Hope that you enjoy the rest of Guitar Summit.
Absolutely.
And the rest of all your days.
I've been
Thank
having
you.
a great time so far. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, David.
I sit here?
Yeah, you can sit in the middle, exactly. I thought that's going to be fine. Can we test the mics? Sounds good? Sounds good? The guys told us we don't have to get super close, but like kind of consistent with the this
It's
mic.
weird.
Yeah, right?
I feel like we should be wearing headphones.
If you want to, dude. Totally. Absolutely.
I'm actually kind of
Sure.
curious.
It's cool. It's intimate.
Hello.
Ooh, we gotta do like the, like a podcast.
This feels like a podcast.
Yeah. Can someone do like Hey everyone, how are you guys doing? Tosin, Abbas, everyone give it up. Thank you for coming, man.
My pleasure.
How's the day so far?
Today's been cool. It's sunny, and the jet lag is not screwing me over today.
Wow.
So
It's wearing off.
yeah, I feel like I have energy in my brain. My brain's working, so it's cool.
Good call. So I have a number of things that I want to talk about. First of all, what I found fascinating, the last release on the Neural DSP channel with Pliny. Mm-hmm. You wrote that song together with Pliny in captivity, right?
Yeah.
How did that happen? Did you guys thought hey, this would be fun, or did Neural
So Neural's been doing a series of two neural artists attempting to write a song in a day. They've done Kiko and Mateus Asato and Pliny, I think actually previously. Anyway, a lot of the neural artists have done it, and they hit me up about doing it with him, and I was like, yeah, let's try. And it's kind of funny because this is truly we have no idea what we're gonna produce.
It's just not stage a little bit. Okay.
So
wow.
Creativity's funny to where sometimes you just don't have any ideas.
Yeah. Was it tough at the beginning?
Say what?
Was it tough at the beginning?
It actually wasn't. It was really seamless, and one of the first random things I started to settle on, he's like, "Oh, that sounds cool," and then the song just wrote itself. So I don't know if we got lucky, but yeah, sometimes you sit down to write something and it's not the day to write.
Yeah.
But we show up and they're filming from the moment we're unpacking our guitars, right? They're kind of capturing this real thing, and so part of my brain was like, man, I hope we actually can come up with
It's a little bit
something.
nerve-wracking, isn't it? Yeah.
But I actually really like what we came up with, and maybe we'll do more of it.
I'd enjoy it. In case you've missed it, it was a video where they started filming in a hotel, a real nice loft, whatever flat, and they unboxed the stuff and they plugged it in and started noodling, and it's super exciting. In case you missed it, make sure to check it out. Which brings me to a second thing I wanted to ask, how can you imagine things that inspire you? You've been thinking out of the box since you play guitar basically. How would you find stuff that inspire in a new level that's not I did that before?
Yeah. The internet and algorithms are kind of doing a lot of heavy lifting these days.
Okay.
Before that, I think I would try to, how do I put it? I guess if you have people who are influential around you, maybe players who have been playing longer than you. Sometimes this is the older brother effect, or your guitar instructor is like, hey, maybe you've never checked out jazz fusion or something, and you're a metal guy, and he might be the person who's like, hey, check out Alan Holdsworth or something like that. So that begins a rabbit hole, usually. If you like what's been introduced to you, you start to dig deeper in that direction. Yeah. These days, I feel like I said, there's this artificial intelligence always monitoring the choices you're making online and trying to predict your next choice. But sometimes it works
Does
well.
it work?
Yeah, and you get suggestions and you're like, whoa, I've never heard of this.
Wow.
So that's kind of I feel like the modern way of discovering new things. But I feel like as musicians, we are always looking to music for inspiration, but I feel like we don't always consider looking towards, I don't know, fashion or architecture or film.
Wow.
Which I think there are aesthetic realities that can translate, even though it's not music.
Yeah.
There's aesthetic choices that might inform the musical choices. So I feel broadening your scope of interest outside of music might actually help inspire you when you go to sit down and you want to make music.
What do you think about the idea of seeing a shape, seeing a color, and hearing a harmony or anything, like connecting, the emotional impact. That's something that's not audible on the way you feel, which inspires you to write stuff. Is that a connection you would consider being realistic?
That is cool, and I feel like you're describing synesthesia.
Yeah.
So you have this?
Yeah.
That's cool.
I almost said fuck yeah, but now I said fuck
well,
absolutely,
too late.
man, absolutely.
I don't think I have synesthesia, but I've always been curious about it because of this ability to hear a color.
Yeah.
I think that's super cool, and I don't know if this is true, but there's a few artists I like, and I think they have synesthesia. Sometimes, the right drug will kind of put you in the right state of mind.
It's like I feel like watch a movie and there's like a scene where, for whichever reason, I don't know, you mute your TV, and you can imagine what you want to hear there. It's the same vibe, like.
Yeah, no, I think your mind works really well for this.
Or maybe I just talk too much.
I don't know.
No,
what you're describing sounds like a really cool ability to translate stimulus from one medium into another.
Yeah.
But you're reinforcing what I'm saying, where I think not everyone thinks in this way.
Yeah.
So I think if you're looking for inspiration, you don't always have to find it on the guitar or the drums. And in fact, you probably should look outside of it because there's so much creative work that I think could influence what you're doing in a positive way.
What would be the most surprising style or band that you would listen to that people would not even think of?
I'm a fan of this harp player named Joanna Newsom. Have you heard of her?
I think so.
She's great.
Is she on social media?
She's not very active on social media.
I've seen
No, you're thinking of a different.
harpists.
No, this person, she sings. It's like the intersection between like folk and like medieval, like, but also has like features of like Americana, like, and her voice is very, we'll say, very distinct.
Okay.
When you hear Joanna Newsom, you will not think that I am a fan of Joanna Newsom, even though she's an amazing songwriter. It has nothing to do with metal or anything that you would associate with me, but I think she's fantastic. Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Gotta check her out. Joanna Newsom, right?
Joanna Newsom. Yeah.
Okay. Would there be a moment where you just listen to, I don't know, like something super old school? Or is it not like, I don't know, Zeppelin or whatever, like something that's like also not very much math rock or progressive?
You know what? For some reason, I'm disproportionately attracted to new musical ideas.
Okay.
So I'm not really listening to really old stuff.
Okay.
Like, if I'm listening to jazz, I mean, this is blasphemous, but like, I'd rather, I'm listening to modern post-bop players as opposed to listening to like, Miles Davis or, Grant Green.
Okay.
Like, for some reason, I'm listening to the guys who listened to those guys.
Okay. All right. I mean, they are in there as well.
It's in there.
It's the essence of what they figured out with that influence.
Yeah. I will say that there's an occasional experience. I've had this with Pat Metheny and Frank Zappa, where what I'm hearing, even though it was made in the 70s, it sounds like
it's shockingly new.
Shockingly modern.
Yeah.
So I think there's a sort of timelessness to a lot of music, but it's like I'm less inclined to listen to Richie Blackmore, and I'd probably listen to Yngwie,
Okay.
But he listened to Richie, so I think it's kind of an aesthetic thing where the production and the musical ideas are, for some reason, it's like watching a movie, a classic movie in black and white. It's like these are obviously like valuable pieces of media, but it takes a certain person to really put on like Casablanca or something, like Gone with the Wind, and really be like, man, this is awesome.
This is exciting.
Yeah, it's like so I have a hole in my musical diet that anything older than I just don't listen to much old music.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's talk about your guitar, because that's also a constant evolution. Started off with having the Ibanez signature, and then moving on. You like last year you made the Kaizen with Ernie Ball.
It's actually
or this year. Was it?
So every year we release like a variant, but we're ending year 3 of the Kaizen. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
The latest one was super sick. Like, it's one of those modern shapes that I can totally become like a classic. Like just sticking.
That would be cool.
And also your brand, obviously, Abasi guitars. Can you like wrap up like the current states, like in case someone's not, up to date?
Yeah, so I have a brand called Abasi Concepts. We make 6, 7, and 8 string guitars. They're multi-scale. There's a design emphasis on ergonomics, and the aesthetic is an attempt to modernize the electric guitar without going too far off the deep end, And then I did a design collaboration with Music Man, where the goal was to make an instrument that like I felt they didn't have, and it's less of a signature and more of a product as part of their lineup.
Okay.
Informed by like if I had to choose a Music Man, what would I?
Wow. Is it more like an experimental thing where you're like, okay, I can just go wild here and do.
Originally I had all these crazy ideas. I think we eventually realized we wanted to make something that like actually like scaled to a lot of people in a way that like it didn't compromise, but it had a lot of utility.
Okay.
So like kind of like a workhorse,
Okay.
But the cool thing about that instrument is the Music Man has like their engineering like capabilities are actually really, really impressive, and I don't think everyone from the outside looking in understands what's going on there. They literally have like robots in their factory.
You've been to the factory probably multiple times, I guess.
State of the art is an understatement, and their head engineer Drew is like really hands on. So the body, a lot of what went into the Kaizen, a lot of these concepts were his. So there's this infinite radius, right?
Yeah.
So normal fingerboards, they actually have an arc to them. The highest point is in the middle. On the Kaizen, it actually is wedge shaped, and the idea is that like your line of sight isn't blocked by the peak of the fingerboard, and the radius extends beyond in a weird way. So this is subtle, but what it feels like is that like the treble strings are closer. They're almost like a little closer to your fingers.
It's like flatter on that side.
Yeah, even though it's not flat, it's actually wedge shaped, so it gets thicker towards the treble strings.
Yeah.
And then the body itself has no flat surfaces. There's not. It's almost entirely sculpted.
Yeah.
Like it's deceptively simple looking, this guitar, but when you see the actual, if you pay attention, it's almost like organic in its the amount of planes that exist and how subtly they evolve into the other planes, and then a floating trem that's multi-scale, and even they're doing stuff with their pickups where they're heat treating the metal.
Yeah.
They found that, this is like too scientific for me, but apparently you can influence the coherence of the magnetic field by like heat treating the metal. This changes the electrons or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
What it sounds like is just like that much clearer.
Okay, like precise. And
it's like when you clean off your glasses or something like that.
Wow.
So it was really cool working with them because like they can do anything, and it was kind of a like kid in the candy shop thing.
Yeah.
But I think the guitar came out cool, and I like the approach we took where there's a bunch of sort of limited runs of different finishes, and they're all quite dramatically different.
Yeah.
We have one that's literally like metallic, like literally like a chromed guitar, and then there's one that is like straight up natural wood with no paint and
nothing.
So good stuff.
Wow. And how does the lineup look like right now with Abasi guitars?
With Abasi, we are close to finishing a multi-scale nylon string guitar with 7 strings.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I had purchased a Cordoba stage. No, it's a it's like when you need to play a nylon string on stage, the body can't be so resonant that it feeds back from your monitors and stuff like that. But then you want the acoustic instrument to sound convincingly acoustic, so you have to find this sweet spot. And they achieved that, and then we were kind of we were wondering if we could do a similar thing, So like, it's almost like making a nylon string guitar for the electric guitar player who wants to have a nylon string in his collection, but he's not necessarily a dedicated classical guitarist. So we made design choices like the string spacing is in between classical and electric guitar spacing, and it sounds phenomenal direct, because I mean, look, the modern reality of playing is if you have the luxury of doing a multiple mic setup with a bunch of high quality mic pre's and you understand the engineering, cool, but you know, there's so many options that are direct that sound convincing. And so this guitar plugged in straight into your interface or your computer sounds like a well-mic'd acoustic instrument.
Wow.
And we wanted to avoid the piezo. Sometimes piezo pickups can feel a bit thin, or
have that certain frequency that's just a little like pokey.
It's always there.
Yeah.
So we worked with Fishman to design a system that I think sounds convincingly acoustic, as opposed to the unfortunate ways in which piezos can sound a little papery or something. So be looking out for that.
Oh wow!
And then we have a compressor pedal that I don't know how many guitar players think about compression, but it is a super useful tool. You know,
it's the most underrated.
It really is
effect or pedal. Absolutely.
Yeah, and I think if you've ever recorded, whether you know it or not, the engineer is probably throwing some compression on, whether it's your clean guitars or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of different styles of compression, but I feel like guitar players, at least my preference is for something that feels like it is making it easier to execute intricate things. Yeah. So if you're tapping or playing fast alternate picking, the compressor will even out the dips in the volume to make the output sound more uniform.
Yeah.
And I do a lot of percussive techniques, and there's a way to use compression to make the transients actually pop.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Normally we think of compression as like it is like a brick wall where the notes that are too loud or compressed.
Being held back, yeah.
Yeah, but there's also there's another element to it that can feel like almost like an expansive.
Yeah.
Right? So we leaned into that, and then we wanted a compressor with a lot of character. So like if you play a tube amp or a valve amplifier, there's natural compression in the output stage.
Yeah.
Right? And when you turn up this amp, the amp's response becomes more pronounced.
Yeah.
It starts to breathe in a way that is like
it sounds more lively and reacts faster. Yeah,
literally. So our compressor has an output transformer in it to emulate the way a tube amp has that same sort of character once you start to give it enough volume.
Wow.
And so it feels like the notes are jumping.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Wow.
Yeah, it's over there at our booth. We have a little setup you can plug it in. It's kind of a thing you have to play to experience.
I guess it's one of those things. It's like you play it, you're like, cool. Then you turn it off, and you're like, oh no, let's turn it back on.
Yeah.
It's so interesting, and I've heard this term from someone. Would you agree? Like, a good compressor is the opposite of a reverb. You know what I mean?
I have to think of this for a second.
It's like a reverb puts you kind of further away in a mix.
Oh.
A compressor makes you stand out.
Okay, yeah, I get it.
Even if it's not squashy, it's not like an old school guitar compressor, but like more like an LA2A or whatever, something that's much more mild.
Yeah.
It just makes you sit in front a bit more.
Yeah. It becomes more like forward and like more vivid. Yeah, that's a good analogy.
Probably because of the quieter things are not that quiet, so the whole thing just, you can articulate clear.
Yeah. And it's not that we don't like dynamics, but if you're in a heavy band and the mix is very full, you don't want to lose the information that is lower in dynamic. And I do a lot of techniques that they need to push past like the rest of the things in the mix, but it's actually intricate what I'm doing.
Yeah.
So the compressor helps to like package that stuff and present it like in a forward way. But like I said, there's the physical experience of like it feels easier to play the stuff too. That is huge, you know.
Definitely.
Yeah.
It's I don't know why compression has such a bad reputation. Bassists even more. Like I know so many bassists who say like, I can do it myself. Like I don't need that. And of course, you know, a lot of them can, but still, the first thing the mixer will do is put on that LA2A or 1176.
Control.
It's not just because you can do it. It's just because there is a certain range, which is still a huge dynamic range, that is going to work in a band. Mm-hmm. And then there are the extremes that will just get lost.
Get in the way.
So It's,
I also
it's
think
not really
compression
help.
isn't the sexiest type of effect.
Yeah, yeah.
As guitar players, we're like looking for fuzz pedals
Yeah,
and delays.
exactly. Give
And,
that delay. And like,
yeah. But I think there's a category of effect that I would call like utility. Like you need a good noise gate that like doesn't like kill your sustain and it has the right type, right?
Yeah.
And once you start, you these foundational utility effects, you gotta pay attention to it. Like, you know, even tuners, you know, it's like
oh, man.
if you're on stage and your tuner's super erratic and it like you're gonna, it's a source of anxiety, right?
Absolutely.
So I mean, these aren't really the like sexiest like effects, but they're like super important.
Or like a simple EQ. You
Yeah.
can put anywhere at the beginning, in front of all the drives, or in the loop, or after the power amp. If you have some sort of a, you know, if it's a modeler, it's even easier. Just put it anywhere on the signal chain. It's so mighty.
You're totally correct, and I think like I don't know if it's a matter of educating the public, but it's if you've had the benefit of recording with an engineer or you pay attention to the mix engineer, you'll see these things happening, and I guarantee you the recordings you've heard where you think sound amazing, these tools are being used, you know?
Yeah.
But then when it comes to your amp, you're like, well, I have a EQ. It's on the face of the amp, right?
Yeah.
You're not thinking about how much low end is hitting the preamp, right?
Yeah.
Before you actually EQ it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think there's kind of like this a gap in some guitar players' knowledge that, you know, I think I understand it, but I think we want to offer solutions, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
And so this compressor, I feel like, is made for guitar players, and it kind of solves like an issue.
Well done. Nice.
Yeah.
How do you like to record? Like, let's say you have a period where you write songs, write riffs, just feel creative or have the time to do that. How would you? How could we imagine that? Like, you sit down with your laptop and plug in real quick, or do you have like a recording setup that is just, you know, ready to go immediately, or?
Yeah, my home setup is geared towards practicing.
Okay.
But I do, if I want to record, like, yeah, I can just very quickly, you know, I have it set up to where I can begin a session. Okay. And I most often use like Logic to write music, but I will first be jamming with myself, right?
Nice.
My musical ideas come from the guitar, and they're often a spontaneous, like, oh, wow, that sounds cool.
Okay.
I try to capture that spontaneous moment of creativity. And then once I have, like, a kernel of idea, I'll track it in. And then from there, you can start to sequence and compose inside of the box. This is what we do as a band as well. Every so often, I write something what feels like a solo piece, where from beginning to end, it was written on the guitar and can be executed on the guitar with no other, you know, but that's a relatively small percentage of my compositions.
So you would sit down with the guys and just figure out the rest and fill out the gaps and
yeah, I mean, one of the joys of
necessary.
being with the band is that collaboration, and so maybe I have one or two musical ideas, but then I got nothing, and then maybe Javier steps in and he's like, he's got an idea.
Yeah.
He begins where I end, and then our drummer is like,
yeah, I know.
He's insane,
I know, yeah.
and so he has actually brought forth drum compositions that we actually write harmony to.
Oh my God! That's
I don't know if you've tried
awesome.
this.
Yeah, that's scary. That's what it is.
And this is not like a groove, bro. It's you need a notepad to all of the, but it's fun.
When you have like a super complex multi-rhythmic song, which is not uncommon for you, you don't count, I guess, right? Usually.
I do until it's a bridge into internalizing the phrase.
Okay.
Yeah.
And does like melody help you to feel it? Like get used to like a 17th, 8th or something, like a very random rhythm? Do melodies fill out those gaps and make it feel more natural?
This is a good question. Like, they can. Because then, you know, melodies feel like singable.
Yeah.
Right?
It's much more of an earworm if you...
Yeah. And so, I'm glad you bring this up because I make complex music, but I don't want to ever get so far away that something isn't internalizable, you know?
Yeah.
Like, we don't have compositions that, like, are completely linear where nothing repeats.
Yeah.
We actually use a lot of repetition. And when we're using odd meter, our goal is to do it in an artful way to where it's stimulating for other musicians, basically.
Yeah.
But it's not so odd that it has no sense of groove.
Yeah.
So the way I use counting is if I have to learn someone else's phrase.
Okay.
You know, Javier or Matt might write something, and then it's a way of learning what they've written.
Yeah.
But ideally, by the time you're recording or performing it, it's memorized.
Yeah.
I think I kind of noticed this when I was learning classical guitar briefly. You can use the sheet music to read the piece, but I think it sounds better if you get to the point where you're not reading.
Yeah.
And you're fully, you've internalized it, because I think reading, you're dedicating some processing to the reading part, and I don't know that you can play as confidently if you haven't memorized it.
Yeah.
And I think internalizing even complex music is the goal, because then when you execute it, you're not counting 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3, and you're not doing this sort of thing, right? I just don't know that can be like the final state of you, like, right?
Imagine standing on stage and your lips are moving.
Bro, I feel like Javier still does this, actually.
It's you do you, whatever, you know. Oh man, thank you so much. I think our time's up. Telsin, have an amazing show. You'll have a workshop at 6:30 p.m. right?
Upstairs.
6:30 upstairs. Don't miss it. Thank you so much for taking time
Thanks for listening.
Thank you, everyone.
sooner, we'll be there. Sooner in this thing?
I don't think there is one. Let's go old school.
Alright, let's try to do it.
Well, how about as well? Just leave it on there.
I'll tell you what. Let's just I just
acoustic
want to see if it's even more in tune, and let's see that. I think this is the answer, brother. I think that's the answer, right? We could do that. It doesn't require things.
Perfect. It's perfect.
Let me just give it a quick.
No worries.
I think that's lovely.
Here we go. Willkommen, as you say here in Germany, and welcome to Guitar Summit in 2025. And I will be sitting on the sofa for the next 3 interviews, my first of which is with the wonderfully talented Andy Wood. Please, round of applause for Andy. Thank you.
How's everybody doing? Doing good? Yeah. All right.
And if you were here last year, you might remember I had the honor of spending half an hour with Andy as well on this very same sofa. So we're going to kind of pick up a little bit from where we left off last year. We're going to talk about some of the things that have changed with what Andy's been up to, talk about new music, talk about your tuition stuff, and hopefully we're going to talk a little bit that you guys will be interested in what's the difference between practicing and learning. So I'm guessing mindless noodling versus structured learning. But Andy, it's lovely to see you again.
It's great.
Oh, do you want to use this one?
Try that again. Yeah, it's great to be here. It's great to see everyone. And yeah, it's been a hell of a year. It's been really good.
So let's start off then with new music, new album, Charisma.
Yeah. Around this time last year, I released the album Charisma, and it was a passion project. You know, I started that record in COVID when we were all in lockdown. And I know that some of you probably are familiar with what I do and some of you probably aren't familiar with what I do. But in the States, I've spent most of my life since 2013 touring as a sideman for very famous people, right? Like I always say I'm not famous, but my bosses are. You know what I mean? So everyone from Scott Stapp, Creed, Rascal Flatts, everything in between. And then when COVID happened, we were all just locked up. I'd never been a content creator or that kind of thing. Any videos that were out online were other people's perspectives. And when COVID locked us down, at night, I would go downstairs and make maybe an Instagram or something, and I would just give myself the challenge of writing a melody or a hook and not writing something to impress other guitar players. And through the course of COVID, is probably one of the hardest years of my life was 2023. I lost my granddad who taught me how to play music when I was a kid, and my dad within 13 months. It was just a really rough time. And I probably should have been an adult and get a therapist, but instead I just documented music and put my feelings into music. And by the time the lockdown had released its grip on the world, I had about 52 demos. And I was able to look at that and cultivate it. Now, over the course of that, we started the Woodshed Guitar Experience, which we'll talk about. And John Petrucci from Dream Theater had me as an instructor at one of his events. And when I went out there, obviously, I met a lot, didn't meet, but, got to spend time with guys like JP and, Dave LaRue or whoever. And And the front of house guy on that gig was a guy named Jimmy Maslin, Jimmy T. Jimmy T engineers all the Dream Theater records, John Petrucci solo records and stuff. And we hit it off. And he was interested in the demos and the album. And so he said, I'd love to mix this record. And I said, well, I can't afford you. But it became a passion project that he became vested in. And then when John heard the demos, he said, hey, let's aim this. Wow. So having your heroes become mentors to become, it helped the record get to places that typically can't be gotten to when you're just putting out instrumental music by yourself, quote unquote. This was record number 4 or 5. It was fourth studio record, fifth record. I had a live record. And my childhood hero was a guy named Brent Mason, a Telecaster chicken picking guy, and he had become another mentor and friend, and I've been very blessed to have some of these heroes become friends. And he did a guest solo on the record, and there's this new guy, this really upstart blues guy named Joe Bonamassa. I think he's going to make it. He might have a good career at some point. He was so kind as to offer a guest solo to the record as well, and the same kind of thing. I was like, man, how much do I owe you? I can't pay you what you're worth. He goes, man, give me a Diet Coke and we'll call it easy. I'm just glad you called to have me play on it. And it was really cool. And the record, one of the mission statements with the record was not to use any plugins or any modeling or even software. And you guys know you can get software strings and horns and all this stuff. I wanted to do it the hard way because the record was dedicated to my dad and granddad. And I wanted the experience of doing it the hard way. It wasn't out to prove that technology is bad or anything so ego-driven. It was more just to really appreciate the process of tracking songs. And the centerpiece to the album, at least in my opinion, is a ballad that I wrote for them. And it has 102 stems. 102 tracks. It's all violins, violas, cellos, and everything. My good friend Eli Bishop did the strings for that song, and he does string arrangements for video game music like Destiny and Apex Legends and these big video games. And he also is a string arranger for Nick Johnston. He's done some stuff with Nick. Actually, I introduced him to Nick, so it's like funny how that serendipitous thing happens. But the approach to the record was to use all amps and record drums in a room and to do it the hard way, and it was really therapeutic.
How do you take 52 demos and choose the 10 songs that you're going to put on an album?
And distill it down. Yes, it's an interesting question because the one thing that when I was making the demos, I wouldn't let myself write the shreddy, impressive sections. I'm kind of known throughout the guitar industry as a guy that plays probably way too many notes and, too much technique and all this kind of stuff. And the comment section on YouTube lets me know how I don't play with feeling and stuff. Just kidding. But this guy's laughing. He's read those comments. So, the way that I chose it was I would just listen to the demos, and then later that afternoon, if I was doing any chores around the house, the melodies that were still there, I was like, well, that's clearly the answer because it's stuck. And it was a very selfish process because, some of the songs that were really more technical or whatever, they didn't make the cut. But some songs did, right? There's a tune called Free Range Chicken. If you guys saw the Rick Beato interview, that's the tune I played on that. And that's a bit of a trade show song. It's got all the tricks and taps and picks in it. But then, there's the tunes. Like I think the most interesting song on the album was laying out the songs in order. And the first song on the record is a song we're going to play tonight, actually called Shoot the Sundown. And I wanted the listener to hear not guitar out of the gate. So the first thing the listener hears is a snare drum. It comes in with goom, goom, right? And then the next thing the listener hears is just rhythm chugs. If you'll hold the microphone, that starts with, And so when that happens, there's no, the listener still has yet to hear an impressive chord. There's no impressive harmony yet. There's no impressive polyrhythms or anything. It's still, we're just laying a foundation. So finally, when the main melody starts, I introduce it with the first curveball that the listener hears. And it takes 30 seconds to get there, and that was kind of by design. And so it goes like this. So we're coming from... So you end up with... is the first thing the listener hears from a guitar perspective. And I think it was just my way of saying, we can get through an album like we used to. This isn't a 30-second Instagram post. Don't swipe away. It might be cool and we might get through it together, but it's going to take a minute. And by the end of the song, there's octafuzz and everything's huge and it's going, bombastic or whatever. I just felt like everything in today's guitar community, not everything, because that's a bit of a lame way to say it. I feel like a lot of things and a lot of negative things in today's guitar community are built upon instant gratification. Hey, look at me. Look how fast I can play. Look how good I am right now in this moment. And please, for the love of God, don't swipe away. I need the clicks. Kardashianification, right? That's what I call it. It's like, man, we're kind of losing the plot a little bit on making a good song and making an album of good songs. And I don't know about you guys, but the albums that got me into guitar, that make me want to play guitar, albums like Avia Musicom or High Tension Wires or Blow by Blow, and these are albums full of songs that I can remember the melody. Like if I were just to play... that's a great song. That's the guy that gave us the amazing intro on Cliffs of Dover with all the notes, but he gave us an album of great songs. And you look at High Tension Wires, it's like, man, Highland Weddings on that record. And, it's just really important to me from a guitar record standpoint to attempt to do something bigger than surface level of like impress the listener because they're flipping through social media. And maybe that is... I don't know, too egocentric or too prideful of an approach, but maybe not. But in the process of all of the groundwork and the reasoning that I made the record, that's why I did it that way. I just think with my granddad and my dad and COVID and all of the stuff that was going on globally, I just thought it was a bit of a disservice to put out a record full of fast licks. I feel like we've done that.
Where do you think how do you think that has shaped now your perspective on what you might write in the future? It feels to me artists go, particularly perhaps younger artists, they have to get all the flash stuff out of their system first before they begin to realize that actually songs that have real longevity and that people remember and enjoy listening to are all about melody and hooks.
I think that's multi-layered, because we as musicians, I know, like we're buddies, we talk about this stuff, it's like we're fragile creatures and our egos mean everything to us, you know what I mean? And so the reason younger players go from caterpillar to butterfly, so to speak, is because they got it out of the system it's almost proven to their self that they can do it. Mm-hmm. As much as it's about proving to the world, it's like, no, we got to do all this stuff. I think one of my biggest hurdles in my first two records was separating the bluegrass country stuff and the shred, muso, fusiony stuff. Like on my first record, there were tunes like Shred Neck, which is clearly a Telly Albert Lee thing. And then there was tunes like Chelmsford, which was dedicated to Guthrie and more of the muso kind of thing with odd stuff in it. And I really found my voice on the Junktown record when I stopped trying to do this song is this one and this song is this one and this song is this one. Junktown was more like all of that stuff is in one song. It's like the Southern thing. That's where like it really started honing in. And then Charisma just had all of that emotion behind it and storytelling that I think came from being forced not to entertain. I wasn't working on the road every night. It was just like being forced to sit there and be like, all right, hotshot, what are you going to say? If you can say anything, what are you going to say? And dealing with the mortality of my family, it really became an introspective because I was like, well, what am I going to leave behind? Is it just going to be a bunch of fast shit that I've put on Instagram or YouTube? And that seems not great. It's not that that's not impressive or whatever, or it's been really good to me. It's got me into the guitar community, but I think the thing that matters is like, what am I going to say?
I think I'm just, in the interest of sort of moving on, let's start talking about Woodshed and the point at which you realized that you felt you had something that you could say that would help other guitar players improve how they want to play. And Woodshed has been, I imagine, popular beyond your wildest dreams, right? Because it's a hugely successful tuition program. But I think it needs a special person to, there's a big difference between a great guitar player and a great teacher. They're two different skill sets, and you've obviously managed to embrace or find a way of embracing both.
I don't think I'm really either, but I'll take whatever compliment you give.
So what do you think it is about Woodshed that has resonated with guitar players?
Yeah, so for those that don't know, Woodshed is our annual guitar event that we host. It's like a getaway retreat, VIP retreat, where we bring in 6 of the best guitar players in the world, and you spend 4 days learning from them, and it's limited to 100 people. And we host it in Tennessee, and our guys that we've had over the years, we've had Eric Johnson, Steve Morse, Brent Mason, Dan Huff, Joe Bonamassa, Robin Ford. It's been really amazing. And with it being so small, it's like, imagine this room right here, and you're sitting with Robin Ford, and he's letting you play his Dumble. It's like that can only happen when it's a small community thing. And I think the things that you were asking about, how do you, be performer, teacher, that was all just more what I feel like I'm good at is being a conduit within the guitar community to connect people. That's what my Patreon and my online community is all about. I live stream more than I actually make actual videos because I like the interaction and I like connecting folks, and that all kind of tied to COVID. I didn't do any of this stuff before COVID. Like, COVID was this eye-opener of like, man, this is what happens when you take away the interaction of music. It gets real lame. Remember that, like, think about how we're sitting in this room right now. We've all got these headphones on, and we're it's like you're seeing and experiencing music through a filter, through a lens, like even just us talking to each other. But, like, imagine that, go back in time, and we're seeing these jams with these windows of people. It's like, boy, when we play music tonight in that 2,000-person room, and we've got jams happening with Andy Timmons and Billy Sheehan and all these great players tonight, that's what it's about, audience. And it made me value that, and I wanted to just do what I could to keep that thing rolling, whatever that is, and appreciate it.
Are you able to look at another player's technique and find something that you can sort of constructively tailor to the person that you're trying to teach?
Sure.
What kind of things are you as opposed to just, everybody gets the same lesson?
I think that doesn't work worth a shit, truthfully. I really don't think what works for you is not going to work for you. It's not going to work for you. And I think the way that I like to teach, if you want to call it that, so many instructors, they make curriculum. And I'm not picking on these guys. I'm just saying this is something that I see. Again, I'm touring session guy first. I'm all of these things second. So I see a curriculum that's being built. Hey, if you want to improve your alternate picking, learn this lick and work on it all week, and I'll see you next week. Well, that's not as valuable because that can be forgotten. Right? That lick can be forgotten. But if I help to teach you how to learn for yourself, and I teach you, the adage of give a man fish versus teaching a man how to fish, I think that's the thing that's the most valuable in our Patreon. I've watched guys who had never heard a Tony Rice bluegrass record, Brian Sutton record. Now they're ripping bluegrass. And I've taken the other guys that grew up, maybe some older cats that grew up listening to, Cream or whatever, and now they're playing things that they didn't think they could play. And it's really breaking down simple human barriers like fear. Anybody in the room ever feel like you haven't practiced enough to attempt to learn Donna Lee or whatever? It's like you don't feel like you're good enough to go learn the thing. I think that's complete garbage. I think you can go learn what you want to learn. You may not be able to get the whole thing in one sitting, but this is tied to a more of a human mindset thing that I've been fascinated with, that I think makes young kids excel. They don't have the idea of fear So when they hit a bad note, they just plow through that thing. I mean, I'll hold this. You ever seen a young kid practice and it just sounds like, and they never stop. They're just fearless. That thing is almost like that will buff out, and it will get better if you keep digging at it. I think as an adult, we hear that bad note and we just shut down and stop and inspect that one note to death instead of just hitting it again and doing the time investment. But that's more of a neurological, psychological thing.
I think even, I'm sure I've heard Steve Lukather talk about, ever since the invention of people being able to phone stuff, he doesn't even want to, he's paranoid now, even at his level, at sort of jamming a tune that maybe isn't super polished, because he's worried that someone's going to record the bad note that he plays. And I think that's a really, I think
it's a double-edged sword, isn't it?
I do. The reality is it won't be that Steve Lukather won't be irrationally having that fear. It'll be because he's seen the negative comments on other
That's
people's.
right. That's right.
So if you remove the negative comments and you replace them with positive, supportive comments, people would be less afraid to make a mistake, and then people would just practice,
God, how many live records probably wouldn't make it out if they were released on YouTube? You think about like Allman Brothers Live at the Fillmore. It's like, is that thing perfect top to bottom? Like perfectly in tune top to bottom? Of course not. But it's one of the most inspirational guitar records maybe ever, And you go, this perfection. And also, it's the nature of humanity. There's a lot of jealousy when somebody writes a negative comment. This is how shallow. You guys want to hear how petty I am? And I see a negative comment, I immediately go, because I never go to someone else's page and leave any comments. I don't like that. But if you come to my page, it's like you've came into my house and my circle. And if you leave a little negative comment, I'm going to your YouTube channel and I'm going to listen to you play. And I will leave my opinion on your video. And so a lot of people react and they go, oh, I can't believe you're so fragile ego. I'm like, so this only works one way, right? You don't like it if I come to your page and say, hey, man, your timing sucks. You need to stay off of YouTube and sit with that metronome a little bit more. And the reality is I probably strike a nerve and that might sting. But what if that person goes and sits with the metronome? Then maybe I've been a little bit of tough love. I don't want to turn anybody off from the guitar ever. I want to inspire people, but you've got to be faced with some truth. I think that's part of learning versus practicing, kind of segue into that. You have to have discipline to be like, this isn't ready yet. And you have to have discipline to go, it's not a complete thing yet. I need to polish it a little more. And by that, I mean, how many people have just sat down to learn a lick or a song and they go, oh, that's good enough to play Friday night? We're all guilty of that. We've all got to the finish line sooner than we should have, right? Or maybe what if you're an advanced player and you go, yeah, I know all the Van Halen solos. I'm like, well, did you learn what the chords are that aren't the solos? And I don't mean the guitar chords. Like, if I played... Or if I played, those are not Eddie's guitar parts. So if you really want to dive deep into Edward Van Halen, you have to dive deeper than just the surface level of the guitar riffs.
That does sound a lot like tough love to me, so I apologize, everybody here. What we really wanted was the super fast, how do we get really good without putting the practice in advice. But no, so let's lean into that. What is the difference between learning and I forgot the other thing.
Practice, practice and learning. Yeah, so to me, let's take a. I grew up on a lot of bluegrass, so let me kind of aim maybe this, something like that. Yeah. If I played some. All of those kind of things, it's like if I wanted to sit down and try to practice that, learning it and practicing it are the most different in where you're at in your time investment. People think that learning something is moving the metronome forward, where maybe they would say, okay, let's take an opening lick to that. Classic bluegrass lick. Let's say that's the lick you want to learn, right? Very classic Tony Rice lick. If we wanted to learn that, learning that is going, okay, this is based out of G. My notes are, maybe start with the frets. That's, 3, what is that? 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 4, open, right? And then you go, well, what are those notes? It would be like G, F. And if you're like, well, I don't know those notes, well, can you tune the guitar? Is that an E? Okay, well, then that's an F. It's taking the time to invest in learning what that is. So E, F, so that would also be 1, flat 7, 5, 4, flat 3, 3, 1. So learning every angle of it. Practicing is the idea of like, I know all of that. I don't even have to think about what that is. Practicing is now moving that forward. This would not be practicing it. That's not practice to me. That's still in learning, acquisition mode. You're learning how it feels. Practice is like, you want to play it maybe here. Maybe that's the target goal. I think practice sounds more like this. And you buff it out. It's like you're buffing out because you need to feel. It's the age-old metronome thing where you move things up in 4 and 5 BPM, and then inevitably at 130 BPM you hit a wall and you can't move your hand any faster. That's because the mechanic of how the hand works is completely different. Let's use another example. I'll slide in here. I'll try to get to where everybody can see my hand. If we're going to play, one of my favorite old fiddle tunes is Blackberry Blossom. If I play it slow, there's a lot of swing. Now, I'm not going to change anything that you would read in a tablature or a transcription. Every down is going to be the same. Every up's going to be the same. Every fingering is going to be the same. So from a visual standpoint, it's going to be identical. But watch my hand. It's a completely different looking mechanic, isn't it? You have to drive at the speed limit that you want to target it at so you can feel what it feels like to move your hand that fast. Now your job is to clean it up. That's practice.
I don't think I'm not sure I've ever heard that broken down quite like that, because I think most of us would go, the way to learn that is to start with the metronome slow and just gradually build the metronome.
I want to interject right there because it's a great point. The irony is, why is there still so many people trying to play fast? And you said the words, most of us are doing it. It's like, I believe that's the way, which ties to the youth thing. Kids are not afraid for it to sound bad. So they'll play fast as hell, and then it'll just buff out, right? I was learning tunes that as a young player, that I wasn't rating on difficulty because I was too young to know what's difficult or not. It was just, all of it was a sloppy mess. When I played slow, it sounded like crap. When I played fast, it sounded like crap. And then it was all just worked on. And so that process of moving it slow, you hit an anatomical wall, because this feeling that you're using on the slow one is not the same feeling. Have you ever tried to, who in here could ride a bicycle? Anybody in here can ride a bicycle? Sure, yeah. Anybody in here ever tried to teach a kid how to ride a bicycle? It's real crazy, right? You're like, well, you just got to be going fast enough. It's because the body has to feel what it feels like to maintain that. It's like swimming. And I think all of these physical things from an anatomic, psychological standpoint are like playing fast. We just, as adults, we're afraid when we hit a wrong note and we're like, oh, I can't be there yet.
I think this audience is going to go home and make an absolutely awful noise this evening.
Good.
As they try to play lots of stuff way faster than they've ever played it before.
And stay in it.
But we're going to buff it out, right?
We're going to buff it out.
By tomorrow, I want you all back here. I want you to show me that you've buffed it all out. But
that's the discipline where, like, you got to be okay. This is going to sound bad for a while.
I'm fascinated. And I really wish someone had probably said that to me younger, because almost every problem that I have with playing isn't left hand. It's the right hand just can't go fast enough. And maybe I've just, you know.
Well, check it out. I mean, if I were just to play, yeah, we talk about the right hand moving fast enough. I think if I played, I think everybody in the room could probably be within this, you know. It might sound a little ragged, it might not, but if I start playing notes at this tempo, it sounds way faster than it is, right? It's more about the accuracy. That sounds faster than it actually is. So if you have a problem with your right hand, the first thing you want to do is try to get a pocket. Maybe you got a little more speed in the tank. Now the goal is to develop pocket. That groove is where it all comes from. And you can move that thing around in tempo. You can bring it down. You can do it fast. But the idea of like being out of time as you struggle through Glasgow Kiss by John Petrucci and you think magically you're going to wake up day and it's going to get better, that's garbage. I just truly believe that that's garbage. And I think the guys that overcome those hurdles have got two things going for them: fearlessness and discipline. And you have to be okay with it sounding bad. Me and my guitar tech, John Cooper, he's around here somewhere. We've always got the joke. He's become, you know, over the past 4 years, we've been working together. He's been working on his guitar playing stuff. He's a different player now. And it's just like we got this joke where we go, it's going to get worse before it gets better. And once you make peace with that, and you make peace with the fact that you're not trying to win the guitar or win the song that you're playing, and you've put some artificial time frame on how long it takes to get there. This is all just mental perspective stuff. It's the kind of stuff I live by and how I like to teach, and I think that's what it's like. If we have one lesson ever, and this is the one that you get, you could take this and apply it to the rest of your life. You know what I mean?
My mind is slightly blown, but I'm absolutely going to give that a go. Apologies to everybody that watches me on YouTube if I try doing that in videos. It will sound awful, but I'll buff it out, right? Yeah. We're going to buff it out. Anyway, look, I'm a little bit conscious of the time. I think we're down to the last 5 minutes or so. Did you want to talk about... I can't believe your Sur guitar is having its 10th birthday.
Yeah, it's the 10-year anniversary of the actual prototype. And out of the entire Sur line, I was the only, and I think I'm still the only artist that designed a body style. From 30 feet, it looks like a working man's Telecaster. But on the back of it, it's got the asymmetrical heel. It's basically, I was seeing pictures of myself playing the Moderns on tour, and they looked way cooler than I look. You know what I mean? Because I wear black jeans and a shirt or whatever. But like I was like, I want a guitar that plays like that, but has a vintage tone and a vintage vibe and has a lot of spread on versatility. And I kept going to John. This was 2014. I was on the tour with Scott Stapp, and we were doing a lot of metal stuff, playing all Tremonti parts and stuff like that. And I kept going to John. I was like, mate, can you do this? Can you do this? Nah, nobody wants that. Nobody's into that, you know. And he finally goes, if I make one for you, will you just leave me alone? And I said, yes. And so he made the black. You guys see me play the black one with the silver guard, and that guitar was built and delivered in 2014, and it turned 10 years old last year, and now we're releasing the 10-year anniversary models, and it's been wildly successful. So it's one of those things where I go to John, I was like, hey man.
Yeah, I was right. Yeah.
But it's a thing where it's like you got to make a choice as an artist to work with manufacturers that are willing to help you fix your thing.
Yep.
And it's not about sales. Everything's from a pragmatic standpoint. If that's fixed, hopefully I can make better albums and better music, you know, and then we'll sell more guitars, right? By just solutions. In a lot of ways, I encourage everyone to check it out, especially if you hate tellies, because it's the telly for people that hate tellies.
Who hates tellies?
I don't like those people. Just heads up. If you hate tellies, you're not my guy. You know what I mean? But no, seriously, if you find that tellies have those those heel joints or those non-ergonomic things. And this is just kind of, again, it was like that pragmatic solution to a lot of those core issues.
It's my badge of honor guitar, the Telecaster. If you can be good on a Telecaster, basically you're the best guitar player in the world.
A Telecaster through a twin is the purveyor of truth.
Yes.
You really learn how good or not good you are when you do that.
Anyway, look, lastly, plug your jam tonight.
Yeah, tonight in the big main stage, we're going to have Andy Timmons. We're going to have Chris Buck from Cardinal Black. We're going to have Frank Bello from Anthrax, Billy Sheehan. We're going to have just a crew of players. We're going to start the show with 5 of my tunes off the new record, and then we're going to get into some jams, and it's going to be very self-indulgent.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, have you enjoyed hearing Andy speak for the last half an hour or so? Give him a round of applause.
Thanks so much. I have a gift of sorts. I talked to my business partner who does the Woodshed Guitar Experience, and he agreed to let me do a little something special for you guys. We understand that Europe is a long travel, and it increases your travel cost to come to the States. So we're going to give anyone here at Summit a $500 discount to Woodshed. We only have 100 spots available, and it's on sale now. This is only going to run through October, but if you use code SUMMIT500, SUMMIT500, it's going to give you a $500 discount, and we're not going to run this code domestically or anything. It's just for you guys. Hopefully that can help with the flight over if you'd like to attend it, because I do get a lot of messages and emails like, man, I'd love to come, but I can't do the flight and the event, So, that's a special shout out to my partner, John, and allowing me to have a little more leash, because I'd give it away if I could, but he wouldn't let me.
All right, man. Well, look, it's a
Thanks,
pleasure
brother.
to see you again. Take care. Thank you, guys, for staying, and we shall see you again in about 10 minutes. Or we are supposed to be live, so let's go. Can we all please give a nice round of applause welcome to Sarah Longfield?
Hello.
Is this your first time at Guitar Summit?
Yeah, yep. It's been pretty awesome so far. My sleep schedule's all messed up though. So
When did you fly in?
Tuesday, but I just can't seem to kick the jet lag. So it's like I'll be asleep during the day, awake all night.
Oh, well look, thank you so much for coming on and spending some time with us here today. If I'm totally honest with you, I'm not super familiar with a lot of the music that you've done. I've only started sort of listening to it as in preparation for the interview. So give us a little bit of a backstory behind what first drew you to want to pick up the guitar and the kind of players that were perhaps inspiring you, and at what age that happened.
Yeah, okay. Well, it was kind of an accident, like literally the entire thing. I like took violin in elementary school, and then the teacher moved away, and I was like, oh no. And then I got a guitar for Christmas one year, and I was like, this instrument sucks. I totally hated it. I was like, it's really boring. And then I got a couple free guitar lessons, like 4 of them with the guitar that I bought. And for the first 3, I was like, man, this really does suck. This guy's teaching me all this stuff that I hate. And then for the 4th one, there was a substitute, and he showed me like some Slayer licks and stuff, and I was like, okay, this might not suck. This is fun, and I could play them. He showed me some other metal riffs, and I could play them like fast. And I was kind of like a spazzy little kid, and so then I was like, okay, I can play this instrument really fast and really aggressively, and so I was locked in.
And how old are you here at this point?
Like 12, I think, 12 or 13.
It's like the perfect age, and I wish tutors would just take the time to ask the 12-year-old kid, what kind of music do you like, before just launching in and teaching them a load of stuff that they don't like, because it's so easy to give up right at that age. So, okay, so you're a big metal, were you a metal fan anyway? Is that what appealed?
No, I had never heard any metal music.
So literally just your first introduction to Slayer was your guitar tutor in your 4th lesson?
Yep, in the 4th lesson, just at the very end. He was like, yeah, you should check out these bands. And then I would go to Best Buy, and I would just look for CDs that looked metal. I was like, that looks like it might be metal, and accidentally picked up Meshuggah's Catch-22, or Catch-33, my bad. And a few other ones, like an All Shall Perish record and Black Dahlia Murder. And I was like, yeah, this is sick. And I didn't know guitar tabs existed. I didn't know, couldn't read music. And so I would just either listen and teach myself, or I would YouTube had just started happening. Mm-hmm. It was in its absolute infancy. But there was a few people on YouTube that would cover some songs. And so I would just monkey see, monkey do, kind of. Yeah. And then if they did it wrong, I would be like, oh, I think it's actually like this. And then that was just how that started. And the reason I even started YouTube was I saw this girl who played these Lamb of God songs. Her name was Megan the Metal Queen.
Right.
And she played all the rhythm parts. And I was like, well, I know all the lead parts. Maybe I should make a YouTube video. And so I did, and I made a few of them, and they went pretty well considering it was 2007 and I was a child, using my parents' digital camera. And then I made a few of those, and one of them kind of blew up on Twitter also in its infancy. And then there was some notoriety around that, and as a kid I was like, oh, that's cool. And then I got into high school and I was like, this is stupid. So then I was like, I'm going to be an artist. I don't want to do music. And then I just didn't. But I was so bad at school. Sorry, I'm just kind of going on.
No, it's good.
Okay.
This is perfect.
It's kind of a weird story. And I was so bad at school that all my friends went to college and I didn't go to college because my GPA was 1.6 because I was never there. And then they all left. I was like, someone was like, well, why don't you start a band? And I was like, oh, that's okay. That's a good idea. And then someone was like, well, why don't you get back into YouTube? These are just random people, friends, random email messages. Someone who owned a label at the time was like, yeah, you should just start a YouTube or get back into YouTube and start a band. I had not thought of that. That did not occur to me. I was like, oh, cool. Yeah, great idea. They're like, you should try recording your own music. Again, never occurred to me. Didn't think about that. They were like, you should try writing your own songs. Again, something I hadn't thought about doing. And then I was like, wow, great idea. These are so many good ideas. And then I met people through that, and then met bands and joined them, and yeah. So
tell us about some of your earliest band experiences, because it sounds like all this is happening when you're still really young.
Yeah. Well, it was tricky at first. Like when I was in middle and high school, like nobody wanted me in their band because I was a girl. Like we don't want a girl lead guitar player, you know. Like the high school boys wanted to be the lead guitar player, and I was like, well, I don't want to be the rhythm guitar player. So then I just wasn't, you know. And then when I got a little older, like 18-ish, at the suggestion of someone who like worked at a label who was like, hey, you should make some YouTube videos and like try writing your own music. I just started doing that and posting some videos of the stuff that I was playing, and that like opened me up to meeting more people in my like tiny little local scene that I was in at the time. And then I was like, we should start a band. And they were like, okay, cool.
Can you remember, I mean, I'm looking at the Strandberg now, and obviously you've at some point we'll talk about the journey to 7 and then presumably 8 string and why you've chosen to play a guitar like this. But can you remember the time, like who were you, what guitar were you playing, and who were you trying to sort of emulate? You know, who was your hero?
Oh man. Okay, so the 7-string thing happened pretty quick into when I started playing. I went to the guitar store and I saw that there was a 7-string Ibanez, and I was like, I thought it was a mistake. Like I thought it was like a factory mistake. I didn't know that they existed. So I went up to the cashier and I was like, why does this one have 7 strings? And he was like, that just is a thing. And I was like, oh, cool. So I sat down and played it, and I was like, this is sweet. I like this. And then I discovered At the Gates and played some At the Gates songs. I don't know if I had like a hero at the time. I didn't have plans or like future ideas. I was just existing.
When you first picked up the 7-string and ultimately the 8-string, do you have from your violin playing days? I'm not sure, but do you have a good understanding of theory, and you kind of because it freaks me out, 7 and 8 strings. I don't really understand what these are for, and I don't know what the notes are on them or anything like that. So
No, I know nothing.
so all of your playing is just almost a self-taught. If you play something and it sounds good, then you keep it in, and if it sounds bad, you move on and play something else.
Yeah, yep, totally. And that's, I think, why it wasn't scary, is because like I had no preconceived notions about any of this. Like I didn't know that you needed to know theory, or that you should. Honestly, still don't really know theory. I'm trying. It's not great. But yeah, I didn't know what you can or couldn't do, or what you should or shouldn't do. So I didn't like have any barriers because I wasn't paying attention to any of them.
I don't know if anybody was in the Andy Wood interview before, but it's really interesting because he talked about kids having no fear as to why they learn so fast. You know, because they'll just try everything at 1,000 miles an hour and and that feels.
Yeah.
So come on then, let's. I'd like to hear a bit. And what was it that you? I don't know. What was it that you couldn't do on a 6-string that all of a sudden the 7 and the 8 strings have kind of opened up to you?
I mean, I guess I got into it so early, I didn't really know what I could or couldn't do. I just was like, a 7 is more than 6. And then when I saw 8, I was like, 8 is more than 7. And it's a better number. It's an even number.
At what point, though, I guess from 6 to 7, the neck width isn't changing too much. But 7 to 8, it's surely got to really change how you hold the guitar, or were you always quite a classically sort of, where you're always playing thumb round the back and it kind of felt not too much of a problem? Or?
Well, I think, so when I'm like moving between 6 and 8, so with 6 I have much more of a grip like this, but I don't pinch. Anytime, like if I'm teaching people, and I know I don't know theory, but I still teach students all kinds of things if they want to learn them. Pinching, you get this horrible cramp in here, so I try to keep it really light anytime I'm doing anything, so I'm not straining for any of them. But with 6, I'm like this, 7, I'm like that, and then 8, I'm like that. So it's just like a reaching thing, if you can kind of...
Yeah.
And I don't think it doesn't change that much,
That's, I'm guessing, again, my experience with Strandberg is your thumb placement is so much more natural on a Strandberg than it is on a conventional. And I guess, I know we're skipping around a little bit here, but was that a big draw to go to Strandberg, which is particularly on the 8-string guitar, it's just so much more natural to play?
So actually, believe it or not, this was also an accident. So
how did you even get to Summit? Was that an accident as well? You thought you were going somewhere else? And
my entire life has just been like a series of me like stumbling into things and then being like, okay, cool, and then falling into other things. So yeah, no, I guess this would be the end result of an accident. But so in 2012 or 13, I had like made a little EP, and I had made like $1,000 or $1,200 off of it, and I was like, yes. awesome. And so I reached out to my friend who worked at a guitar custom builder or custom shop at the time, and I was like, I want to get a custom guitar, because this was like prime internet custom guitar building gear porn land.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I want to be part of this, as like a kid or whatever. And so I had them spec it out, and they built it, but they built it like with all the wrong specs and everything. And I was like, oh no, that sucks. And he was like, oh, well, we can just give you this Strandberg that we've been prototyping for Ola in the States. They were working on like starting prototyping production models, and they had like one laying around. And they're like, we can just send you that one instead. And I was like, okay, cool. And they sent it to me, and I was like, oh, this is so sick. Oh my God, this is way better. I made a video with it, and then Ola saw the video and was like, oh, we should partner up. And I was like, that sounds great. Like, okay, cool. So that was how that came to be. And yeah, the 8-string thing, like I said, I just, I don't know.
Well, I'd love to hear a little, and I think these guys would as well, because it's not conventional, classic rock, is it? It's a very contemporary style. So if I hold your microphone for a second, do you want to just? I know you've got some a patch on your quad cortex. Hopefully, we've got some sound. But I'm just interested, and then we can sort of talk technique-wise about how that's developed and stuff. So
yeah. So you want me to just play like a couple different little licks?
Everyone want to hear Sarah play something? I think they do. Yes, please.
Okay.
A little louder. A little louder.
I do have I could put like a lead tone on.
Yeah. Did I hear a bit of Van Halen in there? Did I? Just a tiny bit.
I've actually never listened to Van Halen. I dropped my pick in that one, so I just used a little whatever.
What do you see when you see the fretboard on an 8-string? Do you see shapes, or is it all just experimental and remembering what notes sounded good? I noticed there was a couple of dual notes that you played with a really unusual interval with them. Almost like quite an uncomfortable or certainly unconventional sort of intervals. So when you're looking at the fretboard, have you got shapes that you can play, or is it all just very much just from previous trial and error stuff?
I think it's both. I think it's definitely mostly shapes. I have or in my head it's kind of maybe like patterns.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'll know where certain patterns are, and I'll go to them more naturally than other patterns.
Yeah.
And that's why when I'm writing music, I try to not actually start with the guitar, because then I find myself I always go to these same patterns, So I'll start writing on synths and stuff or drums to push myself out of that a little bit, because otherwise I'm just making the same thing over and over again, and then I'm bored, and then anybody that listens is bored, and it's it's already kind of boring because it's instrumental guitar music, and it's you're on that uphill fight to not make it boring.
I am fascinated by and equally inspired as well by the fact that people are trying to push the boundaries of music beyond what would be conventional kind of rock and roll stuff that we've listened to for the last 50 years or whatever. Going back to the Strandberg, is there any other feature on there that you've modified it, or is this very much just a standard Strandberg?
Well, this one in particular is the N2 model they just came out with yesterday. So this is not the one that I painted. But this one, it's so sick. I really love it. I love the teal finish, and they modified the body contours a little bit. Oops. I don't know if you can kind of see that. It's really nice. And the neck on these is, it's bird's eye maple, and then they have titanium reinforcements instead of carbon fiber reinforcements, which is cool. The other stuff is subtle. They did updates to the bridge hardware, and this is now one piece instead of 8 different pieces, which is cool because I would lose these. Yeah, no, this is really nice. If you haven't checked it out, the Strandberg booth has the new N2s available to play. So yeah, they're really fun. I'm spoiled.
No, my train of thought there was again the approach to writing and trying to be unconventional. I was reading, funnily enough, an article and it was Ola Strandberg that had mentioned it, but talking about digital, the quad cortex. And he had a really interesting take that if digital just keeps trying to emulate old existing guitar amplifiers, that in itself gets boring at some point. And his vision for wherever Strandberg was going and digital was going would be to create new sounds and new ways of playing that haven't been done before, which I think a lot of us, and I can see in the audience there's a few people here similar age to me, might be going, why would you want to do that? All the old stuff is great. But I kind of think it is important that new generations of guitar players push things forward. And I think it is important that people take the time with devices like quad cortex to actually try and move away from sounds that are conventional. So I don't know if that resonates with you, or is that one of the reasons why you use a QC?
Honestly, and admittedly, I like all of the above. I like old stuff, new stuff, weird stuff. I don't care. I just like all of it. But like with the quad cortex, it's just convenience. My favorite tube amp is an Engel Powerball 2, and I did run that with like an Orange 412 for a long time. I actually toured. I did 2 like 6.5-week tours with that very long time ago. Never again. My back could not take that, and I can't afford people to carry shit for me, dude. So like, it's like, no, we're not doing this again. So I was like, I don't even care. I'm going to use Modelers Live because it's just easy. Unless I have someone like at my beck and call who's like, yes, I'll carry all this heavy stuff for you. Sure, but that is not the case. So the Modeler is just more convenient. I like it. I like all of them, but I think you can make anything really sound good for the most part. You know, you can get really crazy synthy sounds with tube amps, and then even with digital amps, and with modelers, and using a bunch of pedals or not using a bunch of pedals. And honestly, I was very opposed to like the software, you know, like they have the neural DSP plugins and stuff, and I was very opposed to using plugins for a long time just because like latency, you know what I mean? Even a little bit of latency throws me, and I hate it. And you get latency with modelers too, which is a little bit annoying. But computers have come a long way in the last 10 years. Plugins have come a long way in the last 10 years, and now I'm sold. I just like all of it. I think we are so spoiled right now in terms of like our options, like in terms of technology and gear, that I don't know. I think it's really cool. So.
What do you think the future then holds for you in terms of writing? Is the dream to put another band together and tour it, or is the dream to write and develop your online stuff? I mean, where do you want to go?
I don't know. I ask myself that every single day. And it's tricky. I actually have like 4 albums I haven't released, and it's because my problem is like when they're not done, they're a problem, and I have to solve it, and I love solving problems, and I don't like dealing with things once they're done. So it's like it's done, and I'm like, okay, cool. If I put it out, I'm going to feel nothing. Like I don't feel anything cool after I finish the thing. I only feel good when I'm doing the thing, like making the thing, which is cursed, actually. Maybe it's evil, but... So then I have like all these albums just sitting around, and I just haven't put the effort in to just put them out, which is terrible of me, and it's the absolute worst thing you could do for your career as a musician. And I also hate making YouTube videos, which is also like one of the worst things that you could do. So like,
I feel like the guitar was a bad career choice for you.
None of them are good for me. I'm like not built to be here. And so yeah, some days I'll wake up and I'm like, that's it. I'm gonna do the internet. I'm just gonna suck it up. I'm gonna make the videos, and I'm gonna play the guitar. It's gonna be amazing. I love playing guitar. Hate making videos. I'll suck it up and do it. It's good. And then the next day I'll wake up and I'm like, nope. I'm gonna be a painter. And then the next day I'll wake up and I'm like, I'm actually gonna do ballet. And then the next day I'll wake up and I'm like, I'm gonna open a furniture shop and build furniture. And there's some kind of mental illness in that. Like that is not in the DSM-5, and I have it. And there's no meds that can treat that. So I'm going to die poor with a bunch of unfinished things. So yeah, I don't think that far ahead.
The next generation will release them and reap all the rewards. Wow, it's normally the answer to that question steers me to the next question a bit easier, but that was tough.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. So 2025, 26, whatever. Hard to know what we're going to do. Have you got any commitments? Are you committed to do some more shows and tours and stuff?
I don't know, actually. Maybe. I'll have to check. I hate emails.
Let's go back to some playing stuff then, because I kind of, it's a very percussive style.
Yeah.
has that been from day one for you? That's the style that you played, or yeah? So it's less about sort of chordal sort of stuff, more the tapping and the percussive thing.
Well, I don't know many chords, so it's tricky. I'd make them up sometimes, but I don't know I don't know, you know. But the reason I started tapping it, like I said, I talked about this in my workshop. I was like, innovation necessity is the mother of innovation type stuff. So I was trying to learn necrophagist when I was like 13 because it was really fast and angry, and it was the fastest, angriest thing that I could listen to. And I was like, I love this, but I wasn't good enough. You know what I mean? I sucked. So I would be trying to play the licks and the riffs, and I was like, I can't do this. I don't have enough fingers to do this. And then I was like, oh, yeah, I do, duh. And so I just like put my other hand in there. So it wasn't like I was like, yeah, I'm going to be a tapping guitar player. I was just like, I don't have enough fingers to do what I want to do. And also it's way easier. Like I know it looks really dumb, like how I play guitar looks super weird. I can't help it, but it's super easy. I have no tendonitis, no carpal tunnel. I suffer not at all. So...
Have you got anything, maybe an unreleased tune or whatever that comes to mind that you might want to just play a little bit more so we can just hear a little bit more of what you're doing?
Yeah, but usually this is so bad. I can usually only really remember them if I'm playing along to them. Because like I need context. I mean, I can do some more little licks.
That would be great.
Okay.
Just some cool little licks.
Sorry, it's like whenever it's just like by myself, like I'm like, you know, it's kind of like Nam hands where I'm like, oh, I don't know.
I thought that was good. Look,
It's part of a song, and then I kind of forgot what happens next.
No,
Come to my workshop.
Look, I kind of feel like we're kind of reaching the end of this interview slot here. I've thoroughly enjoyed listening to you play. Is there? I mean, you mentioned you teach as well. Is that something people can contact you online about for online?
Yeah, you can email me. I don't teach theory because I don't know theory, but if you want to learn how to do something, I can give you really unconventional ways to do it that will work with your technique and your style. That's what I like to focus on when I'm teaching people, kids and adults. It's like, because everybody's hands are different, you know, their like intuitive nature is, so I don't try to push my style on anybody. I just try to work with them and what's most comfortable for them so that they don't hurt themselves when they're trying to do what they want to do.
Oh, well, that's good advice. Well, look, thank you so much for
thanks for
spending
having
some
me.
time with us. Please, round of applause, Sarah Longfield. That's perfect. Thank you so much. and then there's a mic behind that pillar.
Check, check. Oh, that sounds crazy.
It's the weirdest thing, isn't it?
Yeah. I haven't done this yet. Can you guys hear me? Oh my God, they can all hear me.
Look, the crowd has come out for the Big Dog interview of the afternoon. Thank you very much. Warm welcome, please, for Misha Mansour.
I see clapping, but I can't hear it.
Even the clapping is silent at Guitar Summit.
That's
It's very
right.
clever technology. So look, I don't need to introduce you. The last time we met, other than in the elevator this morning,
That's true.
was actually quite a long time ago. So your hair was much shorter
That's right.
when I last met you. That's how I'm judging the time span. So let's talk about stuff that have happened since then. I mean, you are somebody that I love the fact that you, as a professional musician, are so interested in the gear that you need to make your music that you want to get involved at every level with either collaborations with other companies or ideas that you've got yourself to launch your own companies. So let's talk about what drives that passion to get involved and understand the gear.
Yeah, I'd say it's mainly the hair. The longer it gets, the more gear I want to acquire. So that's a general rule. I see some long-haired folk here. I'm sure it's the same rule. No, it's you know, I'm a nerd. I was on all the forums. I'd see all the gear. I'd dream about all the gear. And, you know, I love music stores, right? And you could try everything, and you see the wall of everything. It's almost overwhelming, right? And I guess I was just always so curious about it, right? And then when you can sort of acquire stuff and work with companies and try stuff out, you know, my house is basically turned into a little music store, unfortunately. And it's great. It just makes me really happy. Gear, I think what it is for me, it's like, it's the possibilities. It's like, haven't you ever like had a piece of gear where like you played it and it generated a song or a riff or something, it inspired something? And to me, to some degree, like I'll see a piece of gear, especially a cool or a new piece of gear, I'm like, what song is locked in that? You know, what ideas are locked in that? And I want to try everything and see what comes out of it, if that makes sense.
I mean, that for me is the greatest gift that people that make pedals and amps and guitars give to musicians, because right through, I think, from the 1950s onwards, you know, the first time somebody realized that an amp would distort a little bit if you just turned it up a lot, it just creates a whole genre of music, and you've continued to do that and to use the tools to push. I mean, can you give an example maybe of a song that you've written or a riff that you've written and it was an entirely gear-driven piece of inspiration?
Yeah. I mean, like, you know, going back to like the fractal Axe-Fx, the original one when I first got it, like I remember you could just stack like delays and reverb. So I would make like these ambient patches. And if anyone knows my band or knows the first album, there's a song called Jetpacks Was Yes. And that starts with this like clean ambient riff with like some like interesting rhythmic delay taps, and that was literally just born of this patch that I made. And I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. And I was just playing around, and I was like, I should record that. You know, that happens all the time. Playing around with plugins, playing around with pedals, playing with whatever. And, you know, eventually I'd have like pedal boards and whatever. It's even with some old gear. I remember I bought this EP2 Echoplex, just a beautiful thing, you know. And I love a tape echo, and I love how imperfect it is. And this one, you know, will have some dropouts and some warbles and whatever. It just has such character, and like every album that I've done since I've gotten it, it finds its way onto it. You know, whether it's ambience or like some delay part. It's all over this song we have called Satellites. It's basically the first thing that you hear. And it's just got this like warmth to it, and it just generated riffs. And I remember showing it to Mark in our band, and he sat with it for like 30 minutes, not even realizing that 30 minutes went by. He was like, yeah, there's just something. And I think I love that too. It's like when a piece of gear has mojo, it's like everyone knows, you know?
Yeah, no, that's great. I interviewed the guitar player from Idols recently, and he gets inspiration from when his kit breaks. So which I guess must be really difficult to replicate because, but yeah, he'll get sounds of broken pedals and that will inspire riffs and songs.
Yeah, I mean that's unfortunate if you have to recreate it. You just keep smashing it until it sounds right.
So I know we want to talk about Jackson guitars, which is cool, but let's talk about your plugin as well for a second, because I guess that is the front line of the sort of those tonal possibilities now.
Yeah.
Are you using that as a writing tool, or is it going to fulfill a live thing? I mean, what do you think you'll do with that?
That's generally a writing tool. Like as much as one could use it live, I'm a little iffy with using like computers in that context. Like I need reliability above all else. But as a writing tool, I sort of want, and I went into it telling them I want this to be like this sonic like sandbox.
Mm-hmm.
I want it to be like almost a sound designer's paradise, so that you could get everything from like the cleanest tones, like bona fide clean, great clean tones and ambient stuff, to the heaviest, most crushing sounds, and everything in between. And it would be something that would stand on its own merit with any one of those tones. It wouldn't be like, well, it's mainly a heavy thing, so like the cleans are serviceable. Like I was like, the clean part needs to be incredible.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a plugin that has generated ideas, you know. And we have like some pretty cool things. We've got this laser in there, which is great for the heavy stuff, and then we've got this glitch pedal, which is just like an ambient powerhouse and like a textural powerhouse, and it's very unique. There isn't anything that I've encountered like that in the plugin world. And that right there can just generate ideas. So it's just fun to have something that like you just sit with it, play some simple chords, and like all of a sudden something's appearing before your very eyes.
Are you quite conscious in the sort of the genre that you write in, that you need to be able to push guitar sounds beyond what conventional amps can do? And you're sort of looking for brands like Neural or Fractal or whoever to give you tools that can create sounds that aren't of a guitar amp nature?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I think that extends to why I love like synths so much. And I was kind of talking about this in the workshop yesterday. I was like, guitarists are almost to some degree just trying to make a guitar not sound like a guitar anymore. You know, like sometimes you obviously want it to sound very much like a guitar, but then for layers and for all these other things, it's like, how can I transform this? And I do tend to work with companies that view it the same way, where it's like, all right, what can we do to like, because at the end of the day, I'm very comfortable composing and writing on a guitar. So like, if I can make it sound like other things, then that's a very comfortable place for me to do that from. But I could generate sounds that you'd be like, what is that? Like, I kind of like that, where it's like, is that a guitar? Is that synth? Like, is that sample? Like, what is that? I love that, personally.
Yeah. Let's move on to the guitar, as that is a big recent announcement.
Yeah,
and I
this.
think when I first met you, you had something more in that vein, and then when I last met you, you'd gone very classic. You'd had like almost like a hot rodded Fender Strat kind of done. Yeah. Is this a return to something from earlier in your life that you just loved, or I mean, I'm interested in, or actually, do you just want a million guitars of one of everything?
That's it.
You're my dream customer.
Nothing's getting replaced. I mean, this is basically this is my signature guitar. It's the third iteration of the import line.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this is called the Pro Plus. So this is meant to be like as affordable as possible without sacrificing quality. So I think these things are killer, but the price point is aggressive. I would argue it's one of the best deals on the entire guitar market. But
I'll take one.
Yeah, you should. But this we've just been iterating, and very much like the Porsche 911, which you should all know very well, Germany. You don't really need to reinvent it. You just iterate. You don't. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Right. So you know, where I've gone back is like we started with ebony, we went to maple board, we're back to ebony. We have stainless steel frets now, though, because we could do that. That's great. We have new finishes, and they could do new and better finishes. So this is actually, everything's based off cars, because I love cars. So this is Mazda Soul Red. We're not allowed to call it that for legal reasons, but you guys can know that. That's one of the greatest finishes in the automotive industry, if you know. I think they did a really good job with this red. Yeah, like that's the stuff I'll mess with, but it's a formula that we kind of nailed off the bat. We needed to. We spent 3 years designing it to be my perfect guitar. The hot rodded Strat was something that I really wanted because I wanted my sleeper guitar. I love Strats. And I love the idea of it looking sort of just like a regular Strat, but being like a shred machine.
Mm-hmm.
And I love to like pull it out for like the really heavy songs, so it looks like kind of anachronistic on stage. It's like, really, is he playing a Strat? You know, like I don't know. I think it's kind of funny, but that's still being made. You know.
Which car is the yellow one?
That is Porsche Signal Yellow.
Ah, do you have a 911 in that color?
I don't. Mine is Miami Blue, but we have Miami.
Have you seen
Blue.
his Porsche posts? He loves.
I do love the 911.
Is there anyone from Porsche here? No, can't sort you out with another one.
Do we love 911s? Do we like cars? Raise your hand if you like cars. Come on, there's got to be more than that. All right. Well, I love you all. But
wow, you'd have to be a bold man to drive a 911 round in that color, wouldn't you? But I think you could pull that off.
No, it looks great. It looks great. If you see, just look it up. 911 in Signal Yellow. Signal Yellow looks very orange, and Signal Orange looks even more orange. But I always thought it was a very interesting color, and it looks really good on this shape.
And I can see, obviously, you've got a 7-string and a 6-string. Yep. That's very cool. Very cool.
There's more. Where are the other ones? Yeah, let's show them. You guys want to see more colors? Yeah, they want to see more colors.
I think I need to understand this guitar addiction habit of yours. So how many guitars do you even know how many guitars you have?
No idea.
He doesn't know. That's when you have too many guitars, you don't even know how many you've got.
I will admit I have too many guitars, and they keep coming. So.
And is this because brands send them to you, or can you not help yourself buying them if you see one you like?
Well, truthfully, Jackson is very good about getting approval on everything. So anytime we do a revision, they will send me guitars to approve. I have to approve everything about it, so I'll automatically get those. At this point, we're pretty much getting it right, right off the bat by the time it gets to me. But I have one in every color. And then those will find their ways to friends' houses because I don't need all of them. So the reason I don't know is because a lot of them are at friends' houses, on indefinite loan. But then, I always want things that are not these, like as much as these are great guitars, it's not everything. So anything that's weird or anything that's not this, like, I picked up a Les Paul that I love. There's that new Fender Ultralux Strat, the HSS. I was like, I got to get that. That's a killer guitar.
I got one of those too.
Yeah, they're great. It's like, and my girlfriend's looking. She's like, another box. I'm like, yeah. And I had them send me the Jack White one because I was like, that's wild.
That's cool.
And so it's like, and it's weird. It's like if it's a weird guitar, I want it. Like I'm sorted for like the normal stuff. My bread and butter guitars, I'm good. So I want the weird stuff now.
That was my next question: is what guitar is on a Periphery track that these guys here would be most surprised? Like, what's the most un-Misha Mansour Periphery guitar that is actually on a Periphery tune?
Do you guys know what Teufel is?
No.
You should. Yeah, you guys know. Yeah, I have a Teufel Birdfish. You should look up what it looks like. It barely looks like a guitar.
So it's like almost like a toy guitar then, or
it's
something?
Not a toy guitar. Right. It looks like a piece of art. It's like a conversation piece. Okay. I have it on like this weird stand in the living room, and people are like, "Does that work?" It's like, yes, I've like recorded with this.
And are you just recording with it for a bit of fun, or did it actually do something?
It's actually really cool. Oh man, could you pull up a picture of a Teufel Birdfish, please? We got to show you because there's one thing that's actually really unique about it. So it's like kind of like an exoskeleton guitar, and the pickups are adjustable, up and down the angle, and like basically every direction, and then you can split the position, so you can actually like hear the difference it makes as you move the pickup. So I can like dial in my split inner coils or my second position and get it exactly the way I want it. It's kind of interesting. So it's a good guitar.
Yeah, so that was that wasn't a novelty. You know, you wanted that sound. Same kind of question, really. I know with guitar amplifiers, it always surprises me how often really small and in isolation awful sounding guitar amplifiers are used to create really fat sounding parts on a track. So again, what's like the weirdest?
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, this doesn't really work on a live stream, does it? Can everybody see this? No, you need to basically just go to your phones after this and yes, type in Teufel. Oh, Teufel, even that's spelt weirdly. Teuffel, Birdfish MIDI from 2009.
Is that German for devil?
That honestly looks like that's the baddie in Terminator 3. He's just hiding, waiting to strike you down, isn't it? So, yeah. So, what about other gear? Because I kind of, again, when we spoke in the past, you were going through a big amp collecting phase.
Yeah.
And you just had, again, like one of every amp. But I associate you now more with perhaps turning towards a digital solution.
I do it all, man.
Really?
I've been amp collecting again. I
want to come to your house when I'm next in America. Will you invite me so I can just see?
Absolutely.
Okay.
You know what's funny is like my rep at Jackson, Mike Tempesta. Like we have amp days.
Right.
We just meet up and like compare amps and guitars. Like everyone I work with is a nerd, and it's great. So like we just do that for fun.
So what's the amp again on a periphery record that just shouldn't? Is there like a Fender Princeton or something on one of them?
No, but there's a Matchless Clubman 35.
Okay, that's a good sounding amp.
That's a great amp.
Yeah,
it's a great amp.
Are you layering?
There's a Karsten's Grace. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
Yeah.
That's that's just like a rare amp. You know, there's not that many of them. But like, trying to think of like weird things.
Are you when you're really laying down some of the heaviest, sort of most crushing tones? Is that always a layered approach of multi-tracking different amps, or is that?
You'd be surprised how much you could just do with left and right.
Okay.
You know, sometimes less is more, even though Yngve would disagree. But
he's not here.
It's okay. It's fine. But like I find sometimes when you layer a lot, like if you're doing the same tracks, you just get this like weird chorusing effect, which makes it have less aggression. So if we're going to layer, it's going to be different parts, but that's where I'll use different amps.
Mm-hmm.
But generally speaking, my Invective works so well that I'll use that. It's just, and then I'll layer. One amp I've been layering it with a lot is like the Omega Granifier, just because that's an amp that also is very easy. We do a lot of blind tests, believe it or not. Like I don't actually care what we use. I just want it to sound good, and I want everyone else to be happy. So we'll just capture a bunch of stuff, and I'll ask the guys like, which one do you like, and then we'll use whatever the guys like, and it oftentimes ends up being those two amps for like the rhythm tones.
Talking of other gear, I mean, is there anything? Like I say, you're so into every element of what you do, and I know you launched the Horizon Devices brand a few years ago now, but anything new in the pipeline for that, or ideas that you're playing with?
Well, we have a compressor that we did a limited release on, and I like it so much I made them put it in the plugin. but that we only did 1,000 of those. That was like kind of like a special thing. Maybe we'll do another version of that at some point. We don't have anything planned at the moment that I could talk about, but you know,
one of those is it.
Well, there's always stuff in the works, you know.
Well, let's go back. I mean, I'm guessing obviously everybody here is going to be a fan of your music, and will want to know again, just perhaps tips for getting good. I think I had the pleasure of working with Nolly on some video stuff, and again, what an amazing guy that is. Again, to just talk to from a musical perspective.
Yeah.
But I do think you guys have really changed or pioneered kind of how you record a modern record in terms of the techniques that you use and the time you take to do it. But is there anything that, let's say you've got a much simpler rig. Let's say you're at home and you've got one guitar and you've got one amplifier and you're maybe recording into Logic or something like that. Maybe if you had to go back to like a 14-year-old Misha Mansour and writing the first tracks, what would you do? What have you learned now that could apply in a much more basic recording setup?
I mean, I'd say the main difference is that there's just these tools available. Like when I was starting out, it was kind of tough, and there weren't a lot of people recording at home. It was kind of that first wave of that. Like it used to be really impressive that I was recording this at home, whereas now it's kind of the norm. Like computers are powerful enough. There's so many plugins. I would just say like use the resources. There's like God, you can learn so much off of YouTube. I just figured out what I figured out by experimenting, but I would have saved a lot of time if I could have just watched some YouTube videos and someone could teach me how it's done, you know, and you could do that for free. So there's a lot of knowledge out there. Like it's something that we do with GGD. Like we make a lot of that knowledge available completely for free. You know, Nolly does these like 2-hour-long master classes where he teaches every secret. Also, nothing's sacred. Like there's no secrets, you know.
Right.
Because and it's a lesson that I learned because I used to be a bit more precious, and then I realized it's like knowing it is half of it, but then it's what makes it you is you. Like, so there are general techniques, but your interpretation will always be your interpretation. In the same way that like we probably would like the same guitar rig or the same setup, appreciate it as being good, but we'll sound completely different. So you know, is it in the hands? Is it the gear? Like the answer is both. It is a little bit of both. But like good gear that's sort of used well will be transparent in a way that allows you to be you, if that makes sense. That's my interpretation of it. So I would just take advantage of all those resources that are available now.
Hopefully that's a useful answer for everyone here. Did we? I didn't see the colours actually. Just as
yeah. There we go.
As
So
they were coming out the bags, we should really.
This one.
So this is your 911 colour.
This is another Porsche color.
Is that not Miami blue?
This is not Miami blue.
Oh, okay.
This is either, I always forget if it's probably Riviera blue. I always get that and Mexico blue confused. But I think this is Riviera blue. We've done Miami blue in the past, and we should do Miami blue again. And then this is the only non-car color. I just think it's cool. Is we brought back Silverburst Sparkle, right? Because they can finally do sparkle finishes. There's another 6-string finish, which is a blue sparkle finish with this big flake. But yeah, I just love a good Silverburst.
Tell me about the Evertune. I hadn't realised you'd started using.
Oh yeah, I love Evertunes. Who here is familiar with the Evertune? Who loves the Evertune? Okay, well some people love it. It's an interesting bridge, and it takes some getting used to. It's quirky, but it works so well. I mean, it literally like makes tuning a non-issue. Like I say all the time, like in a band with 3 guitarists, if one guitar is out of tune, all of us are out of tune. And we use some tunings where some of the strings are tuned very low.
Yeah.
So on the 6th string, we're normally on C, G, C, F, A, D, but sometimes we'll tune the C down to a G. And you get a lot of pitch drift sometimes when you're like picking, and we're picking pretty hard. But with the Evertune, you don't get that. It's completely flat.
Even drop tuned that low?
Yes.
Wow.
It holds it absolutely perfectly. And you can set it up in a way where you can pick very hard and it'll be completely flat. Not flat, but it'll be like there'll be no drift. But then you can still bend and get vibrato and get all that good stuff. You might have to give it just a little more than usual, but you get used to it. And, there's a slight tone tax, as I call it. Like, it'll never sound quite as good as like a hardtail bridge, but the advantages are incredible to where like there's just certain songs that we will not play without an Evertune guitar live.
Yeah. That's not a longer scale length.
No, this is 25 and a half.
Right, it's the same.
The 7th string is 26 and a half.
Maybe that's what I saw. Okay.
Yeah, but like maybe a longer scale length would help with some of that, but with the Evertune we don't need to have that. And I like a good 25 and a half when I can get away with it, because I think the higher strings always sound best with the normal scaling.
I mean, I imagine that there are specific guitar parts where an Evertune works better, and other guitar parts where you just want the freedom to have all
absolutely
the better, more touch sensitive kind of
feel.
In
the studio, we'll use as necessary. So like I always have an Evertune guitar and a hardtail guitar on hand, and we'll switch as necessary.
Well, what else is happening in your life? You got some gigs coming up. When was the last time you were on the road with Periphery?
We did this like one-off headliner in Baltimore. Everything's blurring together, like a month ago or something like that. We've been like doing supporting tours all year, and then like we did this headliner, and it was awesome. It was a sold-out show. It was just energy was crazy, and I was like, oh yeah, this is why I do this. Like sometimes with the support tours, it's great, but it's like you're working. You're like trying to win the crowd over. So it was nice to play a show where it's like, oh yeah, no, we got this, you know. We're out on the road with Spirit Box. If you guys know, you like Spirit Box? Yeah, they rule. Good, really, really good friends of ours. It's always great to go on the road with like your friends, you know, because it's like, oh, we get to hang out for a month, and then also, yeah, we get to play some shows, but like mainly we're hanging out. So that's unfortunately in the U.S. Unfortunately for you guys, but we did Europe with them earlier.
Cool.
And we did some German shows. That's gonna be in November.
Cool. And is there any plans to do anything in 2026 in terms of more shows, or is it too far away to?
It's too far away to like know or plan anything right now, but I'd hope so.
I'm sure I've asked you this before, but I can't remember the answer. But where are you happiest in? You know, is it in the middle of a show playing to 20,000 people, jumping around like a crazy man, or is it in the studio with Nolly putting the finishing touches on your latest work?
So before we played that headliner, I would have said the studio for sure. But on those occasions where we get those like really great shows, that's got to be number one. That's a pretty electric feeling, you know. But I do love the feeling in the studio. Like I'm sure anyone who's like kind of collaborated with people, or maybe you felt this too. It's like when there's this like palpable energy that's bouncing around the room, and you just almost feel like you're just feeding off of it and watching a song like get assembled in front of you. It's like all coming to life, and you're just sort of a passenger. I enjoy that a lot, and like, you know, I get a lot of those moments writing with the band, which is why I love writing with the guys. So generally speaking, that's a more reliable way to get that. But you know, when we play a great show, like that is very special.
Well, it's been a pleasure having you at Guitar Summit. Everyone enjoyed hearing Misha talking. Good luck with the guitars. I must admit, I've completely forgotten, looking at you, that this is an affordable guitar line.
Yeah, I know.
It just looks like your custom shop. You know.
I know. They did a really good job. They keep iterating.
Yeah.
I like working with companies that are pushing, always pushing. So.
Well, they look great. Thank you so much for taking the time to come and hang with us all. Thank you guys for sitting and listening too. We'll be back tomorrow, I think, with some other guests. But until then, goodbye. Enjoy your evening.
Thanks, guys.
Hello, everybody. Is the mic on? Are we good? Is this working?
Is this one working?
Do we have both microphones? That's beautiful.
Should I can do stereo if you want.
The phasing must be horrible. Like, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, Pliny, please.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Did you arrive today?
Last night.
Last night.
Yep.
How are you feeling?
Good.
Settling in?
Yeah, I've been in Europe for the last 3 weeks or something,
Oh,
so
right,
time
yeah,
zone
of
wise fine.
Of course.
It was jarring to come back to music life because I've been on holiday. Like I haven't talked to anyone about a guitar for weeks.
That's fun. I feel I was 10 days in the woods and I was dropped off
Oh,
by
wow.
my fiance to like literally here
Yeah.
on Friday. I haven't seen anybody for 10 days and then
Yeah.
this.
Oh, so we're in this together.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
We're gonna go easy. We're gonna go easy.
Should we just be silent for a bit? Think of the woods.
They came here for the breathing exercises.
Yeah.
Well, man, thank you so much for taking the time. It's a pleasure. It's nice to see you outside of the NAMM rush and the 10-minute,
Yeah.
hey, here's my guitar video.
Yeah.
So we're going to take some time to talk about other stuff. I want to start with your sense of, your aesthetic sense in general that I truly enjoy and that I think transpires beyond just your sound, your guitar playing, but the way you present it, the way you arrange it, the way you film for it, all of that kind of plays into it. And so I'm curious to know what else but just, guitar informs that. Is there another specific art form that you draw from?
Yeah, lots. I think so. I studied architecture when I left high school, and I did a whole architecture degree and made music for fun. So I was thinking I would become an architect, which failed, which is a good thing because now I'm a musician. But doing architecture school, I think, had a huge impact on me because so I left high school as a relatively blank slate of a personality, aside from liking Dream Theater, and then I was in a school where it's probably like this everywhere, but everyone converged on like, oh, we all wear black, and like you would do a project. And it might have just been my class, but we used to have competitions to see like who could get away with the smallest font. Because you see like a typical PowerPoint or whatever, and you have like rainbow. So we'd be like size 2.
Oh yeah, the Word document title forms and that
yeah.
sort of thing.
So this kind of like, I guess it's got some parallels to metal in the like going for something that's quite abstract and bleak and minimal. And I guess metal's not minimal, but I guess you know what I mean.
Yeah. I feel like minimalistic could be a way to describe. If anything, your setup, your approach to like having like a really clean aesthetic to what you do, like it's the guitar into the interface, and then the archetype stuff. Or like you've been very forward with that sort of solution. So I fully agree.
Actually, something interesting happened. Possibly yesterday. So I have this Mirage guitar, which is the first one I've done with like a graphic on it.
Oh yeah.
And I have been wanting to make another video with it. And I was talking to the guys that do my videos, and we're trying to think of like what room that guitar looks good in. Because the all black guitar just looks good in like a concrete room or like whatever.
Yeah.
But it's, so that's what we're currently trying to figure out.
Okay, that's interesting. I don't have any creative input right now. I'm still in the woods, but
But see, it's not a guitar for the woods.
No,
the
I get that.
natural
I see
one
that.
would be good. But
100%.
it's like,
Yeah. Okay, I see.
Yeah.
I enjoy that. It's the kind of thing that you're going to put enough thought in to make sure that this is a representation of what you enjoy seeing.
Yeah, and I think architecture school kind of made me a hater. Like, we would look at buildings and be like, that fucking sucks. Like, the detail in this ceiling is disgusting.
Okay. We say picky here.
Picky?
Picky.
Yeah.
A little, not snobby, but
Yeah, so that was 100% what it was like.
Right.
And I think that's carried over into music in like, everything needs to be really good or it's like cringy, like bad vibrato. It's like, oh, I don't want to do that sort of thing. Just like, I guess another way of looking at it would just be being critical in a focused on detail as opposed to big.
Right. No, but I mean, thank God for that. Like that, there's a lot of really good music that came out of that very picky side of you. So it's great. It's awesome. Okay, and so it's difficult to because I think you're very unique when it comes to the balance between the percussive aspect to your playing and the melodic line that you manage to weave into that. Do you think that background of yours also informs a little bit of this, like the way you build a song, the way you build a riff, for example, or, because you do something that, you know, you talked to Tosin earlier today, and like his right hand technique and the percussive aspect of it is mind-blowing, and then there's on the other end of the spectrum someone who's just going to be very melodic lines, very, you know, the Nick Johnstons and that, so, and you sit somewhere in the middle, and I really, you know, how do you go about this? Do you think of that percussive thing?
Yeah, 100%. My, not earliest, but one of my earlier memories of like a light bulb sort of thing was when I thought, I want to make music that's like the riffs of Between the Buried and Me, but with Joe Satriani playing guitar.
Right.
And I don't necessarily do that, but just because I came from listening to all these amazing like lead players, but I often found the music underneath wasn't complicated enough.
I like what you do, but I also like math. So.
Yeah, it's like, what if everyone did more?
Exactly.
And then you get, like Tosin and Animals is like, oh, that's too hard though. So I'm going to
fair enough.
I'm going to give those parts to my bass player, drummer, and other guitarist, and then I'm going to play my like simple Joe Satriani melody over the top, and that's like the world of music.
Quote, unquote, you know? Yeah. Okay, but that's great. So every time, not every time. Let's say most time, when you sit down with your guitar and you go into that place where you think of, okay, there's an idea and I'm going to make a song with that. Do you have that in mind already? Do you write for the band, or do you write for yourself and then you bring it to the band and they figure it out?
It started off writing for myself because there wasn't a band, so I would program all the other instruments, and it was just like I guess doing that, like I want to hear a band with riffs with a lead guitarist over the top sort of thing. Like, how can I make that? And then now, because I know I have a band, or at least I hope they'll reply to my messages, I'll start writing something and then immediately think, like, I like these chords, but it's rhythmically bland, but I have a sick drummer, so I could send him this and be like, have you come across any really interesting, even if it's 4/4, but like sort of weird grooves that could work with this, and then could build it up like that. Right. But yeah, so the more that I do stuff with them, the more I have them in mind, like, oh, this will sound sick because my bass player will be doing a certain thing underneath.
That's great. Do you, and so in the end result, do you hear that difference when you hear the final song? Like, do you know that it's something that you couldn't have come up with in the older days of you writing alone?
Yeah, it ends up in a place, and which makes it way more exciting for me too, because I'll take it, I don't know exactly, but let's say I take it 50% of the way, and then I'm just like pushing a boat out into the ocean. Right. Like, where's it going to turn up?
Okay. Does that ever feel like a compromise, since you come from a place where you do everything on your own, and as you said, you're very picky about it?
Yeah.
How do you handle that?
And I think one of the things that I'm happiest about is having gradually given up different bits of control, because I think the results are really worth it. Oh, yeah. Like, we're almost finished making an album at the moment, and it was very funny. The songs that I had demoed longest ago and in the most detail, I would send to my drummer Chris, and then he would record his ideas and send them back. And my first reaction is always like, what the fuck did you do to my fill? That fill was sick and you ruined it.
God damn drummers.
And then he would reply like, well, you're wrong, but I can do a version using that fill if you like. And then I would reply the next day being like, hey man, I'm sorry, I listened to it again. What you played is way better, and let's go with that. Right. And this happened on every single song.
Oh yeah.
And so, I just kind of realized, like, I've ended up playing with these people because I love their ideas and how they play. So the sooner that I'm just like, he's going to play it, so I'm going to let him pick it. I mean, they might be wrong sometime, but so far, they're pretty good.
Is trusting the drummer right or wrong? That took a turn. Like, I didn't think that was the conversation we're going to be having. But no, I completely understand. It is like, you do humble yourself a little bit, but that's the beauty of like those relationships. Yeah. Because ultimately you're just building something that's so special that you're willing to give away those bits of controls and like humble yourself a little bit in that, oh yeah, maybe my stuff wasn't so great, this is better, we'll go with that, you know. So I think that's really interesting.
Yeah.
You've done a lot of really cool collaborations through Archetype and Neural DSP, but also just on your channel, Kiko and a bunch of really exceptional guitar players. Is there any specific one that stands out, and can you tell us a little bit more about how that came to be? Because the Tosin one, I ruled that one out because there's a full video explaining how you guys came about this, but you know, Matteo Cesato or if you can talk a bit to this.
There actually is a full video for, I think, all of them.
Oh, really?
Just sometimes it's not on my channel or it's on Neurals or something, but there is.
I'm sorry, I made
so
a
you
mistake.
have
My bad.
like
Sorry,
3
guys.
hours of homework to do tonight. But I think the one with Kiko was really interesting because that was the first one that was a song in a day. So I'd done a song with Tim Henson and Corey Wong where we wrote it basically over email and then got together to make a video.
Right.
And then did the same with Rabia. But that one, I was in Helsinki where Neural DSP are based, and I ended up extending my trip. And I think it was Dan, who's their marketing guy, was like, why don't we like just put you in a studio with? Oh, because I met Kiko because he lives there, and Dan was just kind of like, let's turn this into doing some work while you're here.
I'm gonna stay a couple of days to enjoy the city. No, you're not.
Yeah. He's great at work, play, balance. So, yeah, we just did, like, they booked a studio in Helsinki. I'd met Kiko for an hour over dinner or whatever, like 2 nights before.
Okay.
And I think he called me or I called him, like, the day before to be like, should we try and figure out, like, what the fuck we're doing? And then we agreed to just go totally clean slate and just see what happened. And both somewhat afraid that we would waste like 10 hours of studio and like video time.
Fair enough.
And then it started coming together.
Right.
And it was kind of, it was really fun.
Okay. Is that something you to yourself do again, like those kind of challenges, or do you have any musicians that you have that bucket list, you know, people you want to work with?
Yes, I would love to do one with John Petrucci.
Yeah.
I'd love to do one with Misha, who just launched an Archetype as well.
True.
I'm just thinking in like Neural world, there's probably a lot of Steve Vai would be fucking sick. But even like the ones with Mateus and Tosin, really fun because I already know them quite well.
Yeah.
So it's just nice to like hang out with my friend and like, oh, there's cameras here, but we're just fucking around to make music.
Do you, when you did that collaboration with Kiko, did you feel the shift? Because as you say, like you've known Misha, you've known Tosin for a long time, you've toured and you kind of you're within the same part of that bubble that we're in, you know. And so, but Kiko comes from a different part of this world. Musically speaking, has a different vocabulary, I feel, and maybe something a bit more classic to it. Did you feel that different? How was that to adapt to a more different guitar player?
It was quite challenging because also his like knowledge of harmony and chord voicing is insane. So he would be saying things to me, and I'm like, I understand 1% of this if you say it really slowly. And he's like, yeah, it's just these 16 chords. And so I'm like, trying not to appear like a total idiot in front of this guy that I also admire.
So it's me in this context right now, right here.
Yeah, and then you'll notice when you listen to the song, there's like this insane chord part, and I'm like, I know what I can add, and then there's a one-note riff.
Yeah. But I can imagine that it takes a minute to go back into yourself, and it's like, okay, well, this is what I can do with this. This is what I'm bringing to the table.
Exactly.
Which is, it'll be super important.
Yeah, there was a similar moment with the Mateus one where we had written like a chord intro sort of thing, and then kind of got stuck, like, how does this become a song? And then we took a break, and then I started playing drums on a keyboard, and was like, oh, if I just write like a generic riff that I would write, and his chords, it kind of starts turning into something.
Right. Yeah, but that's the beauty of doing these collaborations and things like this, and I'm sure like to a lot of other people, it's completely the other way around. There's a gentleman there in the crowd that showed me a video earlier of a guy that I'm so sorry, but I forgot the name of. Dean Lamb, thank you so much. Like super, like tech metal, ready 280 BPMs. That was just fully not able to play what you play because the techniques are so wildly different. And so, you know, but remembering what you bring to the table, I guess, is just also a bit of a light bulb moment.
Yeah, but also trying to steal from other people's tables. I don't know if that's how the metaphor would work. Like
it does.
Like Dean and Archspy are absolutely insane, and I would love to introduce 0.1% tech death into my music because that would take it into a place that it hasn't been before.
Yeah, but I understand that, and I think that's the only way forward for a lot of genres that are pushing the envelope a bit for something that, you know, you slap the label progressive on whatever and it becomes that. But I agree. I think if you can draw that from a little bit from tech death and a little bit from that soundtrack and a little bit from this, this is the way forward. This is Guitar Summit. We're gonna talk about gear a little bit.
I gotta go.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What does your both like home setup and touring setup look like now? You said you finishing writing a new album, and there's some tours that's going to be ensuing. What do you bring on the road with you?
Yeah, the touring rig right now is a pedal board that has quad cortex on it and an expression pedal.
Okay.
Which I might retire back to the back of the stage. So we used to have the quad cortexes in a rack off the stage.
Yeah.
MIDI was controlling all the preset changes. And then there were some bits with like volume swells, and sometimes I mess with like a wah pedal, that sort of thing.
All right.
And so we put them back in front of ourselves. But maybe I don't know. But that's basically it. It's just a quad cortex that's MIDI controlled.
Do you use one for the whole band, or is it just one for you? And then
one for me, one for Jake, the guitarist, and one for Simon, the bass player.
Yeah.
And my front of house engineer, Ronnie, started using one as well and running some of the drums through like phases and delays.
Sick, yeah.
Just for, yeah.
Okay, that's great. And when you're at home, is it just like straight to interface, or do you mess around with some you know?
It's just, interface plugin. I use some of the other guys' plugins.
Yeah, right.
But because I know Simon's going to mix it, and then we'll talk about other stuff. Like he has some amps that he uses and pedals for certain parts.
Okay. I was secretly hoping you were going to say, no, I have a Tube Scream and an old Marshall hidden away somewhere at home, and that's what I...
One day I will.
One day you will?
I went to Anderton's. I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about... Are you enemies or are you friends?
No, we're good friends.
Okay.
It's fine. Are you enemies? I love... No, we have knife fights in the back of the hotel.
Oh, sick. I went to Anderton's a month ago, maybe 3 weeks, and I played the sickest amp rig, and I was like, oh, fuck, this is way better. Just for sitting in a room and playing, a totally different feel. But I have neighbors, and
there's a reason
one day.
why those practical solutions are so popular as well. But okay. That's because you've been so consistent with your rig, with your guitar choice, with everything surrounding that sound of yours, that I'm trying to put myself in those shoes, and I would be fully unable to stick to that. Like, it's just, I love to see like the new pedal, the new amp, the new this and that. So is it just if it ain't broke, don't fix it kind of situation, or are you just wired that way? Do you?
I guess wired that way. I've never really been interested in, yet I'm here, but in guitars. I had a guitar for some years, and then I finally got a slightly better one, and then 7 or 8 years later I got my first Strandberg, which is essentially I've been playing the same guitar since then, and I'm like, why anything else?
I can only respect it, and it is a fully foreign concept to me. But
we should talk to people in other industries that have equipment and see if there's the same thing. Like, is there a chef that's like, I need the new pan? Or is there just like, like I can cook everything in this, and why would I not?
Fair enough, but that's a super interesting take, I think, because we tend to be in our own bubble a little bit. We tend to stay there and talk to other guitar players that also like to try things out, and you don't really think about other cooking. I think it's super interesting to see it that way.
On the flip side, though, every time there's a new neural plugin, which I get for free, I'll try it, and it's inspiring.
Okay.
So if I had access to, like, if I lived near a music store that had a lot of shit that I could go and mess with, maybe I would do it more. So it might be to do with that as well.
Right.
Because I'm interested in, like, new sounds, but I'm also very lazy.
That's going to be the takeaway for that. No, it's I fully understand, and I like that there is, because like exploration, even if it's just within the plugin or within your own plugin, I'm sure, like, do you still rely on presets that were done like back in the day, or do you still mess around with it a bit, like rediscovering some stuff about it?
I still mess around all the time. There aren't so many features. Like, it's pretty quick to go anywhere from scratch, which I like. But I will always try things that seem wrong, like turning the cab off and like turning the fuzz all the way up,
right,
so it sounds disgusting, and then like taking it down 2 octaves or something like that, or like
Trench that in full reverbs and
exactly.
see where it goes.
Yeah,
I feel
that sort of stuff.
That's great. Okay, well, we're gonna wrap it up soonish. Do you want to tell people what you have going on, what's coming up for you? You said you had a new record. When can we expect that? Are you going to be touring it? If so, where? Are you coming back to Germany?
Yes, so just announced a tour coming to Europe next end of April and through May with Sungazer, who are awesome. You'd probably like them.
That's
Adam Neely's
right?
band,
Yeah, sick.
In Germany, we're playing Berlin, Hamburg, Munich, and Frankfurt, which is where we basically are.
Yeah.
And a lot of other places. And that will be after the new album comes out, which I did a workshop before and explains that I think it'll be out on March the 27th.
All right.
But also I'm in control of that, so it might not be. But I think it will be.
All right. Well, we hope it will be. Thank you so much for your time, and
Thank
it's
you.
been a pleasure. Thank you guys for attending. That was Pliny.
Thank you.
Wenn der jetzt noch einer kommt.
Also das Echo ist noch. Das liegt daran, dass der Weg so weit ist.
Soll ich mal
Obwohl alle müde Füße haben, den ganzen Tag schon rumgelaufen sind und vielleicht wollt ihr auch sitzen, deswegen seid ihr hier. Ich war gestern auch froh, als ich mal hier sitzen durfte. Mein Name ist Dieter Rösberg, ich war lange Jahre Chefredakteur von Gitarre und Bass, bin aktuell, wie nennt man sowas, im Ruhestand, aber ich bin immer noch Herausgeber im Ehrenamt bei Gitarre und Bass, bin ein guter Freund von denen allen hier und man hat mich gefragt, ob ich diese Gelegenheit nutzen könnte, um Peter Bursch und sein Gitarrenbuch zu ehren. Und da habe ich gedacht, können wir machen. Stell mal vor, wer hier ist. Neben mir ist der berühmte Peter Bursch, der übrigens in echt ist. Das ist keine Figur. Das
ja,
ist
ich bin echt und lebe und bin live hier.
Daneben sitzt Ralf Foggenreiter, genannt Foggy. Der ist der Sohn von demjenigen, der damals den Peter Bursch unter Vertrag genommen hat. Und Foggy macht, wie lange machst du schon Foggenreiter Verlag?
Ich mache das seit 1993.
Wow.
Ja, ist auch schon ein paar Jahre. Ja.
Ja. Und hier rechts von uns sitzt Viktor Smolski, Gitarrist, kommt ursprünglich aus Russland, oder? Hm? Du hast ein Mikrofon, guck mal, irgendwo liegt das.
Viktor kommt aus Belarus.
Aus Belarus, Entschuldigung.
Ja.
Irgendwo gab es noch ein viertes Mikro. An die Technik hinten haben wir noch ein viertes Mikrofon oder sitzt da jemand drauf? Wisst ihr das? Kommt. Kommt.
Gut. Es kommt.
Also es ist Viktor Smolski. Man kennt ihn eigentlich von seinen ganzen CDs, Platten, von Bands, wo er gespielt hat. Ich habe heute aber auch erfahren, dass er auch ein begnadeter Filmmusikkomponist ist. Das erzählen wir dann gleich, wenn das Mikro kommt. Oder jetzt kannst du erzählen, was machst du für Filmmusik?
Hallo zusammen. Ja, also vor 24 Jahren, ich glaube, ist ein Film rausgekommen, Der Schuh des Manitou. Da habt ihr bestimmt alle gesehen. Und der Titelsong, welcher mit dieser Riff, berühmter Shuffle-Riff, Straight to Hell, das ist von mir. Und wenn Sky Demo rauskommt, dann kommt dieser Titel. Und dann haben sie diesen Song als Werbung für Film genutzt, also sehr populär geworden. Und dann hat Bully Herbig das für nächster Film benutzt. Und dann jetzt ein neuer Film, der Kanu des Manitou. Dieser Song ist wieder da. Also ja, und abgesehen davon, ich mache sehr viel Musik für Dokus, mit Orchester, mit Symphonieorchester.
Schön, dass du da bist, weil wir haben versucht, viele Musiker zu finden, die nach deinem Buch gelernt haben. Die sind alle beschäftigt, vielleicht kommen ja noch welche, wir haben zwar keinen Platz mehr, aber Viktor ist stellvertretend dafür. Jetzt zeige ich mal, worum es überhaupt geht. Dieses Buch hier, das hier, ist 1975, Entschuldigung, ich wollte mich jünger machen, als ich bin, 1975 auf den Markt gekommen, beim Foggenreiter Verlag.
Zeig mal die Rückseite.
Und das ist tatsächlich, das habe ich mir damals, ich glaubt es nicht, ich habe mir das gekauft, ein Jahr später, das ist Auflage 76, steht auch noch drin. Und ich hab das nicht zum Gitarre lernen gebraucht, sondern zum Gitarre lehren. Weil zu dem Zeitpunkt war ich 21 Jahre alt und wie jeder, der Gitarre spielen kann, denkt natürlich, ach, gib Unterricht, das ist doch gut, oder? Und das habe ich gemacht. Und weil jeder Musiker ist auch ein bisschen faul, habe ich gedacht, wenn es schon so ein Buch gibt, wo alles drin ist, dann brauche ich es ja nicht selber zu machen. Dann habe ich das Buch genommen und wenn man da mal reinguckt, ich habe auch teilweise reingeschrieben, aber ich habe mich jetzt, als ich das aus dem Regal rausgeholt habe, mich gewundert, dass es noch so gut ist. Ich dachte, das wäre zerfleddert, kaputt oder so. Nö, ihr habt vermutlich eine gute Qualität gemacht damals. Hier hinten hat einer mit Tesafilm das wieder zusammengeklebt, aber man sieht ja auch, der Peter sieht genauso aus wie damals, oder?
Ja, ist echt Wahnsinn.
Und vielleicht noch gerade den Ralf mal fragen. Ich habe gefragt, bei mir steht drin zweite Auflage, erste Auflage 5.000 Stück, zweite Auflage 10.000 Stück. Aber ich glaube, es war noch ganz anders. Das hast du von deinem Vater gehört. Erzähl mal, wie das war.
Ja, also am Anfang war das so, dass die gesagt haben, ja, wir drucken mal 1.000 Stück. Und die waren dann auch in kürzester Zeit verkauft. Das hat es vorher noch nie so gegeben. Ja, dann haben die direkt nachgedruckt und dann ging das so weiter. Dann haben die erste Auflage waren 1.000, dann 3.000, dann 5.000. Als ich das 93 übernommen habe, da waren wir so bei, wenn wir gedruckt haben, 30.000, 40.000, die wir im Jahr verkauft haben. In den 80ern hat es teilweise Abverkäufe gegeben, die waren im Jahr so bei 100.000. Also das war schon richtig viel, das war extrem. Ja. Und
verrückterweise ist es jetzt so, ich glaube, ihr habt insgesamt nur von diesem Buch, von dem ersten und den verbesserten oder anderen Auflagen, habt ihr, glaube ich, über 2 Millionen oder an die 2 Millionen
verkauft. Ja, also wir haben es jetzt nicht genau recherchiert.
Ja, aber so ungefähr.
Wir haben mal vor 15 Jahren oder 20 Jahren die 1 Million Exemplare gefeiert. Und seitdem haben wir nicht mehr aufgeschrieben. Also wir haben das natürlich alles, aber da hat sich jetzt keiner die Mühe gemacht. Und es gibt ja noch ganz viele andere Bücher von Peter Bursch, die auch bei uns erschienen sind, die auch in Riesenstückzahlen verkauft worden sind. Jetzt nicht in diesen Mengen, aber auch extrem. Also ich würde mal sagen, so mit den Büchern bei Foggenreiter 2,5 Millionen wären das locker Leser, die das in diesen 50 Jahren
das ist ein Applaus wert, oder?
Ja, würde ich auch sagen.
50 Jahre ein Buch, was nur leicht überarbeitet wird und was heute immer noch verkauft wird. Und es wird wieder in einer neuen Auflage auf den Markt kommen oder kommt jetzt gerade auf den Markt. Das machen wir gleich. Jetzt wollen wir mal fragen, woran liegt es, dass das so erfolgreich geworden ist? Ich meine, wenn man das anschaut, und das habe ich damals auch gesehen, da steht drauf, Gitarrenbuch ohne Noten. Zu dem Zeitpunkt, wo ich auch Unterricht gegeben habe, da habe ich ganz viele Schüler gehabt, die waren in Musikschulen, die waren da gequält worden mit Notenlernen, mit Etüden spielen. Die haben ein Jahr da in der Schule verbracht und konnten, nix. Was will ein Gitarrist? Ein Gitarrist will eine Gitarre nehmen und will was spielen. Und das hat Peter, glaube ich, erkannt. Und Peter hat gesagt, ich mache keine Noten, sondern ich mache Hilfen. Schreibe Akkorde auf, mache kleine Tabulaturen, wie es früher in der Klassik war. Aber er hat das nächste gemacht, was viel wichtiger war. Er hat eine Schallfolie beigelegt damals, das war ganz neu damals, eine Schallfolie, dass die Leute, wenn sie ein Stück lernen wollten, auch anhören konnten vorher. Weil was nützt dir zum Beispiel eine Etüde, die du nicht kennst, wo dann irgendwelche Noten stehen und wo nichts rum kann. War das der Grund, warum du es gemacht hast?
Ja, also es fing eigentlich damit an, dass mich viele fragten, wie geht die und die Spieltechnik, ich habe eine Band schon sehr früh gehabt, die Dweezil-Maschine, vielleicht kennen einige von euch die noch immer existieren. Wir sind noch immer auf Tournee und das fing 1968 an. Und wir spielten auch in England, haben Pink Floyd kennengelernt und. Und ich habe immer geguckt, wie die das so spielen, was die da machen und habe das dann für mich geübt und kam nach Hause und dann fragten mich die anderen, hör mal, kannst du uns mal zeigen, wie geht diese und jene Spieltechnik? Und das hatte ich nicht nur zu dieser Zeit gemacht, schon Mitte 60er war ich noch Jugendlicher. Und dann habe ich gemerkt, wenn ich denen das gezeigt habe und wir haben uns nächste Woche wieder getroffen, dann konnten die das alle. Das heißt also, ich musste irgendwie so eine Gabe haben, dass ich die Fragezeichen in den Köpfen der Leute sehe und das so erkläre, dass das jeder kapiert. Und so fing das an. Also ich hatte dann Kurse gegeben an der Volkshochschule in Duisburg, da komme ich her. Und ich weiß noch, einmal hatte ich denen gesagt, macht bitte auf Voranmeldungen, denn wer weiß, wie viele Leute kommen. Und da kam ich einmal zur ersten Stunde und lief an einer Riesenschlange von Leuten vorbei, die alle Gitarre hatten, bis ich überhaupt zum Eingang der Volkshochschule kam. Und dann kam ich hoch in meinen Raum, da passten nur 20 Leute rein. Also es waren bestimmt 300 Leute, die alle Gitarre lernen wollten. Und das hat mich erschlagen. Also es war unglaublich. Und ja, so ging das tierisch los. Und dann wollten die auch die Sachen, die ich erkläre, wollten sie gerne aufgeschrieben haben, weil ich alles an der Tafel geschrieben hatte. Jeder muss das abschreiben. Und dadurch kam die Idee auf, ob ich nicht so ein Heft machen könnte, wo alles drin steht. Und irgendwann habe ich dann gesagt, okay, ich bin ja eigentlich Rockmusiker, will auf Tournee gehen, den Abend spielen, aber ich setze mich hin, ich hatte Schreibmaschine in der Schule gelernt und konnte auch gut zeichnen, so ein paar Comics zeichnen und so. Und so fing das an mit dem ersten Heft. Und da kam dann der Hammer, wie wir mit Bose-Maschine auf Tour waren, war ich bei allen großen Verlagen und keiner wollte das machen, weil es stand ohne Noten drauf. Und das war unter deren Gürtellinie. Ich weiß noch, bei Schott, das war der wurde dann später der GEMA-Chef. Und wenn ich den immer auf der Musikmesse getroffen hatte, da hat er immer die Augen verdreht und hätte ich mal damals nicht abgesagt. Ne? Und keiner wollte das veröffentlichen. Und dann bin ich bei seinem Vater hängen geblieben, beim Ernst Foggenreiter. Und der wollte auch erstmal nicht, aber ich bin hartnäckig geblieben, weil ich kam gut mit ihm klar. Wir waren gut befreundet, sehr netter Mensch. Und dann irgendwann sagte er, hör mal, du nervst, wir machen jetzt mal 1000 Bücher. Das ist ein Risiko für 20.000 D-Mark für ihn damals. Ne? Und naja, und dann wollte ich natürlich so ein Cover haben. Er wollte eine Gitarre quer drauf, wie alle anderen Bücher. Ne? Ich sagte, nein, da muss so ein Comic drauf. Da muss der Spaß muss rüberkommen. Also meine Art zu unterrichten ist Spaß zu unterrichten. Und ja, dann ließ er sich überreden und dann haben wir endlich mein Cover da hingekriegt. Und dann war ich kurz vorher in den USA auf Tour und hatte gesehen, dass die für Werbung Folienplatten
für die Schallfolien, genau.
Ja, die wurden in die Wohnung geworfen und so Schallfolien und die Adresse der Firma hatte ich organisiert und dann haben wir da 1000 Folienplatten bestellt, die kamen dann alle. Dann war ich beim Verlag, habe auch da übernachtet beim Verlag und wir haben selber die Folienplatten reingeklebt in die 1000 Bücher und so ging das los. Und eine Woche später
hier kann man es noch sehen. Da
bekam ich dann einen Brief vom Ernst Foggenreiter, sagte, er hätte sowas noch nie erlebt. Die ganzen Musikgeschäfte, die das Buch haben wollen oder die das Buch gekriegt haben, haben alle Partie bestellt. Das heißt, Partie heißt 10 Bücher plus 1. Und dann schrieb er drunter, ich muss jetzt 10.000 Bücher drucken. Ralf, sagte, du bist der Kaufmann, das musst du natürlich machen. Ne?
Ralf, erzähl mal, wie hast du das mitgekriegt damals, wenn du es schon mitgekriegt hast? Oder was hat dein Vater erzählt?
Ja, also mein Vater war total begeistert von der ganzen Geschichte. Klar, ja, die haben ja mehr auch Liederbücher gehabt von seinem Vater schon, weil den Verlag gibt es schon was länger. Der ist im Prinzip von seinem Onkel gegründet worden und sein Vater und sein Onkel haben den Verlag 1919 gegründet und da haben die eben Liederbücher gemacht für Pfadfinder und so weiter und das war jetzt so das erste Buch, was dann eben in die Richtung Rock-Pop ging, was auch was völlig Neues war, was aber den Zahn der Zeit genau getroffen hatte, wie auch viele Jahre vorher andere Publikationen. Aber das war jetzt dann auch der Ausschlag, dass sich dann bei uns diese Bücher alle weiterentwickelt haben und dann ganz viele andere Bücher dazu kamen, speziell für Autodidakten, Rock- und Popmäßig ein populäres Instrument zu lernen. Ob das jetzt nur ein Saxophonbuch war oder ein Keyboardbuch oder ein Klavierbuch oder für Bass, es gab alles Mögliche da in dem Bereich. Und das wurde dann auch konsequent weiter aufgebaut, aber das erste erfolgreiche Buch war eben das von Peter, also dieses Gitarrenbuch.
Ja, ich bin auch dem Ernst nach wie vor sehr dankbar, dass das so dann gelaufen ist und geklappt hat. Und leider ist er schon gestorben. Aber es war ein Riesenerlebnis, auch mit ihm zusammenzuarbeiten.
Darf ich mal Viktor fragen? Du kommst ja eigentlich aus einer klassischen Ausbildung, sehr wahrscheinlich, oder? Wie bist du zu dem Buch gekommen? Was hast du damit gemacht und wie hast du das eingeordnet?
Ja, meine Ausbildung war typisch klassischer. Also ich habe angefangen mit Klavier und Cello und dann später Gitarre entdeckt und dann war Feierabend mit klassischer Ausbildung, dann war gerockt. Dieses Buch habe ich viel später entdeckt, wo ich selber schon Lehrer war in Deutschland und ich unterrichte sehr viel und ich muss sagen, da ist einfach, Peter hat so perfekt Nerv getroffen damals. Das war ist ein total ehrliches Buch, da ist vermittelt Spaß und das ist, so wie Peter ist, wenn man privat Peter kennt, ist ein total freundlicher Mensch und ehrlicher und dieser Buch ist sehr einfach gemacht, dass man sehr schnell Erfolge hat und das fasziniert Leute, wenn man so, ich sage so, diese typische klassische Weg geht mit viel Etüden üben, da kann schon passieren, wenn Lehrer nicht gut genug und vermittelt nicht Spaß trotz dieser harten Übungen, dann springen Leute weg und hören auf. Und das leider passiert sehr oft in so einem Kids-Bereich, in Grundschulen und so, dass Kinder nach dieser schrecklichen Blockflöte haben keinen Bock auf Musik.
Okay, Einspruch. Ich habe mit Blockflöte angefangen und bin trotzdem Gitarrist geworden.
Da hast du richtige Lehrer getroffen und
100%.
Das ist Talent von Lehrer, Musik vermitteln und Spaß vermitteln und das hat Peter einfach perfekt gemacht mit diesem Buch. Und er ist so breite Masse angesprochen. Also ich kenne sehr viele Profi-Top-Niveau-Musiker, die mit diesem Buch angefangen.
Ich auch.
Und später dann angefangen zu studieren und Noten und so weiter und so weiter. Aber das war Anfang. Und,
im Prinzip hast du recht und du hast auch recht, alle haben recht gehabt. Der Spaß steht vorne. Du kannst nur dann was lernen oder dich weiterentwickeln, wenn du Spaß dann hast. So, jetzt kommt mein Laudatio. Nein, es steht ja, ich mache eine Laudatio, aber ich will mal erklären, warum das funktioniert hat. Es gibt einen ganz einfachen Grund, warum das Buch funktioniert hat und warum du das alles richtig gemacht hast. Wenn wir als Kleinkind Sprache lernen, wie lernen wir das? Da kommt nicht einer und sagt, lern mal A, B, C, D, sondern der spricht uns was vor und wir sprechen das nach. So ist das. Wir lernen Worte, wir lernen Sätze und es wird immer mehr. Und irgendwann lernen wir das aufzuschreiben und dann haben wir da eine Schrift stehen und die können wir dann tatsächlich lesen. Musik wurde den Leuten beigebracht, ihr müsst erstmal die Noten lernen, die Töne lernen, ihr müsst irgendwelche Übungen spielen, ihr müsst die Finger bewegen. Aber es kam nichts raus. Aber warum gibt es viele Autodidakten? Paul McCartney ist Autodidakt, viele andere sind Autodidakten. Warum? Weil die Musik hören und das versuchen wiederzugeben. Und das kann man wiedergeben, indem man auf ein Klavier drückt, indem man einen Akkord auf der Gitarre spielt oder zwei, den man von Leuten wie Peter lernt oder von anderen lernt. Und dann entwickelt sich die Musik. Und dann kommt das mit den Noten irgendwann mal. Wie du sagst, gibt Leute, die haben dann später gelernt und später dann sich weiterentwickelt, haben studiert. Es ist eine Schrift. Es ist einfach nur eine Schrift. Das heißt ja auch Notenschrift. Das heißt, man kann dann, was man haben will, kann man ablesen, wenn man es gelernt hat. Aber so weit kommen die meisten nicht. Wie ich sagte, meine Schüler damals, die hatten nach einem Jahr keinen Bock mehr. Und die wollten die Gitarre wegschmeißen. Die wollten nichts mehr tun. Aber wenn du denen 3 Akkorde gezeigt hast, dann hat es funktioniert. Jetzt erzähle ich noch mal ganz kurz, wie ich Gitarre gelernt habe. Ich hatte den besten aller Gitarrenlehrer, Jimmy Page von Led Zeppelin. Aber nicht deswegen, wie ihr glaubt. Es gab damals ein Stück, das ist L'Épopée qui fait non. Kennst du das? Das geht dam, da, dam, 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 da, 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 dam, 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 da, 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 dam. 3 Akkorde. Das habe ich geübt bis zum Vergasen. Ich habe rausgekriegt, welche Akkorde das sind, habe es geübt bis zum Vergasen. Es hat funktioniert. Vor 10 Jahren habe ich herausgefunden, das hat Jimmy Page gespielt. Als Studiomusiker damals. Nein, aber ich wollte damit sagen, so lernt man Gitarre spielen und alles andere kommt danach. Aber die Bücher, die alten Bücher haben es genau umgekehrt gemacht. Die haben erst die Theorie und die Praxis haben sie vergessen. Und das ist das, was ihn ausgemacht hat. Und wie gesagt, 50 Jahre das Buch und ist so erfolgreich, das muss man einfach loben. Jetzt kriegt er mal einen Beifall und dann kriegt er noch ein kleines Geschenk.
Dankeschön.
Aber wir werden danach weiterreden. Aber jetzt kommt es. weil das neue Buch rauskommt und weil es 50 Jahre alt ist. Was ist bei 50 Jahren? Was ist dann Gold, Hochzeit, Gold? Der Peter kriegt jetzt von uns, vom Foggy, ein goldenes Buch. Bitteschön.
Oh, danke schön. Wahnsinn.
Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Dreh's mal um, dann können
Ihr
wir
habt
ein
was
Foto machen.
vorbereitet.
So. Nein, wir haben nichts vorbereitet. Das ist reiner Zufall.
Dreh mal rum. Ist schön gerahmt. Da ist das gute Stück. Ich stelle das mal hier hin.
Jetzt kann man noch mal über das neue Buch reden. Damals
Ich würde gerne noch eine Sache sagen,
Ja, okay.
die, glaube ich, ganz wichtig ist, was mir extrem auf dem Herzen liegt bei der ganzen Sache. Wir haben Tausende, Hunderttausende von Gitarristen verloren, weil das war auch immer damals bei den traditionellen Musikalienhandlungen ein Buch ohne Noten. Nein, das kaufen wir nicht. Und da hatte mein Vater extrem zu kämpfen. Die Rock'n'Roll-Geschäfte, die haben das alle gekauft und haben es verkauft. Aber die traditionelle musikalische Erziehung, die dann eben gesagt haben, du musst dann erstmal die klassischen Etüden lernen. Dabei haben wir Hunderttausende von Gitarristen verloren. Viele kommen jetzt im Alter und sagen, ich möchte jetzt dann doch nochmal anfangen. Ne? Aber da sind ganz, ganz viele verloren worden. Und als der Peter dann mit seinem Buch kam, sind dann dadurch ganz viele gewonnen worden. Aber ich habe jetzt auch immer wieder mal bei meinen Kindern mitbekommen, dass da Freunde versucht haben, Gitarre zu spielen. Und dann haben die Eltern die dann zu so einem klassischen Gitarrenlehrer geschickt. Und der Junge war total frustriert. Da habe ich dem das Buch gegeben, sage, vergiss den scheiß Gitarrenlehrer, spiel mit dem Buch. Dann hat der da sich das mit CD und DVD dann noch angetan, das ist ja schon ein paar Jahre her. Ja, und dann seitdem spielt der Junge und ist happy. Der hat die ganze Klassiknummer an den Nagel gehangen. Das ist ja was, das kann man machen, aber später. Erstmal geht es darum, und das ist der Erfolg der Bücher von Peter. Du spielst nach der ersten Stunde das erste Lied und wenn du willst, kannst du auch dazu singen. Das ist natürlich noch nicht perfekt, ja, aber es macht Spaß. Es macht einfach Spaß.
Darum geht es ja nicht. Es
Und
muss
bei
Spaß
den
machen.
Workshops, die wir, ich habe ja auch schon hunderttausende Workshops mit dem Peter bei Musikgeschäften miterlebt. Wenn die nach einer Stunde das erste Lied spielen und dazu singen, dann ist das einfach super. Dann macht das total Spaß. Dann kannst du die Leute für so ein Instrument gewinnen. Wenn du erst mal 2 Jahre lang irgendwelche komischen Fingerübungen machen musst, dasselbe gilt ja auch für das Klavier. Und im Klavierbereich, da kannst du auch, wenn du mit ein paar Riffen Boogie und Blues spielen willst, nach einer Stunde dein erstes Lied spielen. Aber nein, die machen dann erstmal wieder diese klassische Ausbildung und da verlierst du dann wieder ganz viele Kids und da verlierst du auch wieder zukünftige Musiker. Also wir wären viel mehr, wenn alle gesagt hätten, wir bringen die erstmal mit Spaß zur Musik und dann kann ja jeder für sich selber entscheiden.
Ja,
das
klar.
war ganz
also
wichtig.
ich kann ein Beispiel sagen, was heutzutage noch immer ist. Meine Frau und ich, wir haben in Duisburg eine Gitarrenschule. Und gegenüber ist die Duisburger städtische Musikschule mit 4000 Schülern. Riesige Schule. Und dauernd kommen zu uns Mütter mit Kindern oder Väter rüber. Und das Kind ist am Heulen, will Nothing Else Matters von Metallica lernen. Und der Gitarrenlehrer sagt, ja, in 4 Jahren. Weil nach Noten ist das so schwer. Weil wenn du 6 Seiten gleichzeitig lesen kannst, das dauert Monate, vielleicht Jahre, bis man das gut kann und danach spielen kann. Und ich sage dem dann immer, ich zeige dir das in einer Woche. Nur die Akkorde, die Zupftechnik, dann kannst du schon mal das Lied begleiten und so. Flippte der total aus. Also das ist noch immer das große Problem, was die städtischen Musik- oder die normalen Musikschulen haben, dass sie noch immer nach diesem alten System das machen.
Ja, und ich muss noch dazu was sagen, also Peter war nicht nur Erster mit dieser Art von Büchern. Ich glaube, einer der Erste entdeckt, Musik zusammen machen. Und so wie ich deine Unterrichte erlebt und gesehen, was du machst, das ist immer Gruppenunterrichte. Immer, also diese Songs kann man immer mit mehreren Leuten spielen. Das war Musik zusammen machen, das was meistens Spaß macht und nicht allein zu Hause irgendwelche Läufe üben. Und also im Prinzip, du hast Anfang für diese ganzen Musikcamps gemacht, was jetzt verbreitet wird überall. Ich mache auch sehr viele Musikcamps, so Rock Me Vienna, da gibt es so viele tolle Musikcamps und du damit angefangen. Du hast Leute zusammengebracht, ne? Songs zusammenspielen.
Absolut perfekt. Nochmal einen Applaus. Hat er sich verdient.
Ja, Dankeschön.
Noch eine Kleinigkeit erzählen. Wenn ich bin oft bei Nachwuchswettbewerben oder irgendwelchen Wettbewerben gewesen und dann waren immer Gitarristen und dann habe ich die immer so eingeordnet. Der hat in München beim MGI gelernt, das hat man gehört, der hat so gespielt. Dann habe ich einen gehört, der spielte Akkorde und so und kompliziert. Der war in Amerika. Und dann kam einer, der konnte nur Jazz. Okay, der war in Berkeley und das stimmte auch. Und dann kamen Leute, die konnten einfach Gitarre spielen. Und die haben bei ihm gelernt. Ich hatte mal einen Sänger in der Band, der kam zur Probe, aber jetzt darfst du nicht lachen, das ist ernst. Der kam zur Probe mit der Gitarre, hat 2, 3 Songs gespielt, hat ein bisschen begleitet und dann sagte er, habe ich ihn so angeguckt und sagte, ich habe bei Peter Busch gelernt. Da habe ich gesagt, das höre ich. Und dann hat er gesagt, wie meinst du das? Das höre ich. Ja, ist das schlecht? Nein, aber du kannst halt einen Song spielen. Und das ist, glaube ich, das, was sich auszeichnet und was wirklich gut ist. Und was ich auch sagen muss, das hat kein anderer gemacht. Und natürlich gibt es jetzt mittlerweile viele andere, die das auch machen. Aber ich meine, hier sind ja, beim Summit sind ja eigentlich alles Musiker. Und die können ja auch alle Gitarre spielen. Die haben es auch alle gelernt. Ich glaube, die hören dir so gerne zu, weil sie genau das Gleiche erlebt haben. Ne? Also, Glückwunsch nochmal.
Dankeschön.
Was denn? Da haben wir noch einen kleinen Ehrengast. Pass auf, der kriegt jetzt meinen Platz. Der steht da. Komm mal hier auf die Bühne. Das ist Martin Seliger. Martin Seliger ist nicht von Martin Guitars, sondern von Lakewood Guitars, weil der Name war schon belegt. Pass auf, setz dich mal hier hin. Du darfst dich hin. Setz dich da hin. Setz du dich hin. Ich bin hier der Moderator. Ich mache das hier. Ich kann mich auch knien, obwohl ich schon so alt bin. Hast du das Knacken gehört? Hast du gehört, ne? Also Martin ist der Gründer von Lakewood Guitars, seit dem gleichen Jahr Lakewood gegründet wie wir Gitarre und Bass. Aber erstaunlicherweise, das habe ich jetzt letzte Woche erfahren, hast du auch Gitarre gelernt. Und wie hast du Gitarre gelernt?
Ja, natürlich. Das Buch hat mich zur Gitarre gebracht und Peter Busch hat mein Leben sozusagen nachhaltig beeinflusst. Das war schon so ein Schlüsselerlebnis, weil damals ja Gitarre lernen eigentlich, ich weiß nicht, kennt jemand von euch die Gitarrenschulen von Teucherts zum Beispiel? So notenbasierte Gitarrenschulen, mit denen man sich sehr schwer tat und im Grunde nach kurzer Zeit die Frage sich stellte, mache ich jetzt weiter oder nicht? Und Peter hat etwas Neues gemacht. Mit der Tabulatur hat er den Zugang zur Gitarre erleichtert. Und das Gute war auch noch, dass durch das Buch im Grunde, was von der Auflage her dann auf einmal explodierte, so eine Art Community entstand. Man hat also andere Leute getroffen, die haben auch das Buch gehabt, ne? Was einen wiederum bestätigte, dass dieses Buch im Grunde genau das Richtige ist, um Gitarre zu lernen. Und so ist es immer noch zu weit weg, oder wie?
Und du hast das Originalmikrofon?
Ich habe immer noch das Originalbuch und ich habe immer noch die Originalschallfolie, im Gegensatz zu dir, Dieter. Also ich bin einfach sorgsamer gewesen und meine Frau hat auch das Originalbuch. Die steht dort hinten, ist die ganz bunte Frau auf der rechten Seite, die mich all die Jahre begleitet hat, aber die tatsächlich, bevor wir uns kennengelernt haben, dieses Buch auch erworben hat. Und neben diesem Buch gab es auch noch andere Bücher und das Folkbuch, das habe ich dir schön gezeigt, noch in dem kleinen TikTok-Beitrag. Und ich muss sagen, Dieter, in TikTok habe ich dich glatt überholt. Ja?
Ich bin auch total sauer auf den, weißt du, ich habe geführt in den Klicks und dann kommt der da und macht einfach so, macht da so eine Vervierfachung oder so. Ne? Aber davon mal ganz abgesehen, ganz kurz, wir haben viel über die Noten schon gesprochen. Aber, was wollte ich denn sagen? Ach so, wir haben hier für den Summit diesen Beitrag gemacht, dass hier eine Laudatio kommt oder eine Ehrung von Peter Busch kommt. Und dann haben wir das veröffentlicht. Und das ist der bestgelesenste Beitrag aller Zeiten, seitdem es Guitar Summit gibt. Und es sind auch die meisten Kommentare und die meisten Antworten drauf. Das ist unfassbar. Und meine Kollegen sind auch sprachlos. Glückwunsch dazu.
Echt fantastisch.
Ja, ich kann ja im Grunde nur zustimmen. Es hat unser aller Leben verändert. Und es hat auch das Leben der Gitarrenszene verändert. Und das war das Momentum damals, das war genau der richtige Moment, ne? Dass das entwickelt wurde und dass wir alle im Grunde etwas Gemeinsames geteilt haben. Und natürlich ist es so, dass manche Stücke vielleicht im Rückblick auch banal erschienen, aber wir sind dadurch zur Gitarre gekommen. Und wir sind dran geblieben, was wirklich auch hier das Publikum zeigt, was die ganz tolle, große Veranstaltung zeigt. Der Guitar Summit ist ja im Grunde die große Familienparty. Da haben wir uns auch schon mehrfach darüber ausgetauscht. Und ich denke mir, dass ihr alle hier auch dieses Familiengefühl sehr gut teilen könnt. Ihr seid Teil des Ganzen. Und zwar ein Teil des ganz sympathischen Ganzen und ein Kontrapunkt auch gegen die vielen Dinge, die uns so umgeben und uns auch umsorgen, ne? Und die uns Schwierigkeiten machen. Und wenn ihr morgen nach Hause kommt, dann denkt ihr vielleicht, oh meine Güte, dies und jenes ist wieder nicht in Ordnung. Aber heute ist der Tag. Und für manche ist morgen auch noch der Tag, wenn ihr auf dem Guitar Summit seid. Und diese Erinnerung und dieses Gefühl, das nehmt ihr mit und das bereichert euer Leben.
Ja. Pass auf, wir müssen langsam zum Schluss kommen, aber der Peter hat das letzte Wort, ist der Ehrengast.
Ja.
Der hat sein Geschenk schon gekriegt, aber das letzte Wort hat er trotzdem.
Genau, also erstmal möchte ich auch was zum Guitar Summit sagen. Also ich freue mich jedes Jahr darauf. Das ist so eine schöne Stimmung und auch so als Gitarrenmesse oder Gitarristen, wo man sich trifft, kann ich mir eigentlich nichts Schöneres vorstellen. Es hat die richtige Größe, die richtige Stimmung, ist wie so eine große Familie. Man trifft an jeder Ecke jemanden und man kann ein bisschen sich unterhalten, fachsimpeln oder Spaß haben. Und deswegen finde ich Guitar Summit eigentlich die beste Show, die es gibt.
Danke.
Und ich fühle mich natürlich auch sehr geehrt, dass wir hier diese Veranstaltung machen konnten. Möchte dem Dieter besonders danken, weil der hat sich sehr dafür eingesetzt. Und auch bei allen Leuten, die hier mitgemacht haben, möchte ich mich auch bedanken, weil es für mich ein Wahnsinnserlebnis, auch mit diesen 50 Jahren, das ist ja unglaublich. Welcher Mensch hat so ein Erlebnis, dass sein Buch noch nach 50 Jahren gerne gelesen wird, Leute danach lernen und das ist für mich, wie ein Paradies. Deswegen möchte ich mich bei allen bedanken.
Dann lieben Dank an alle, die da waren. Danke vor allen Dingen an dich, dass du das gemacht hast, dass du gekommen bist. Und wir wünschen, dass wir noch viele, viele Jahre das Buch verkaufen lassen durch den Foggy. Dankeschön, danke, dass ihr gekommen seid und eine schöne Show noch. Ich hoffe, ihr geht alle noch zu Konzerten gucken, machen wir alle gleich und dann genießen wir die Zeit. Dankeschön.